Bismillah, alhamdulillah, wa salatu wa salam ala rasulillah. Welcome to another episode of Haqiqatjou, where we discuss religion and politics, the two least controversial subjects. As always, I'm your host, Daniel Haqiqatjou, and today we're doing post-debate commentary on the debate that I had with Andrew Wilson, a Orthodox Christian apologist, this past weekend. And the debate has gone viral. It's been posted in multiple places online. And you see a lot of Christians commenting, reacting to this debate, posting clips. I've also been posting some material as well as Muslims. So maybe you've seen some of these clips before. Hopefully you've got a chance to actually watch the debate before watching my reaction to it. Or if you just want to watch my reaction, that's fine too. But today we're going to go in depth on the debate. I'm going to rewatch, play most of it, and we're going to make it a kind of a intellectual exercise, a deep dive analysis on what is being claimed by Andrew Wilson, by the Christian side, and my response. And we're going to evaluate on an objective, logical basis the merits of each side's argument. And I think this is important to do. I think it's important that debates don't devolve into just name-calling, just theatrics, just drama. Name-calling, I think, and drama and theatrics, they have their place in debates. But if that's all that debates are, then I think that's a problem. I think, debates should be substantive. Debates should have arguments. We're trying to do serious work when we engage in debate, especially a debate like this, which is very expansive in scope. Which is better for society, Islam or Christianity? It's a very expansive topic. It's something that affects, the way that we understand the world, the way that we understand human history, really situates human beings relative to the divine, relative to the cosmos, relative to, what is the purpose of our lives? Why are we even here? What are we supposed to do? What is the future going to be? These are the deepest, biggest questions that can be discussed and debated. So when there's an opportunity for a Christian and a Muslim, or a Hindu and a Muslim, Jew and a Muslim, atheist and a Muslim to come together and argue at that level on those kinds of questions of cosmic scope, you want it to be substantive. You want it to bring, you want good arguments. You want a good evaluation of those arguments. You want to bring evidence. You want to bring dalil. You want to bring reasoning. This is what is necessary. It can't just be name-calling. It can't just be deflection, dodging, like cheap debate bro tactics. And unfortunately, many of the debates that we see online are mostly that. It's mostly just, name calling, chest pounding, theatrics, and Andrew Wilson is the best example or the worst example of what that leads to. Substanceless, vulgarity, crudeness, and I don't value that as not only as a Muslim, but I don't value that as a thinking person. I don't value that as someone who is trying to grapple with big ideas, grapple with big questions, trying to show evidence or proof. I'm trying to justify why I am a Muslim. And not only am I a Muslim, I'm calling others to accept Islam. I'm calling others to be Muslim. And I'm going even beyond that. I'm calling for Islamic values to be implemented in the world that we live in. That's what I'm calling to. These are big claims because Islamic values and an Islamic system, an Islamic way of life goes fundamentally against the status quo, fundamentally against what is practiced in the world, the system that is built all around us. What I'm calling to, therefore, is very subversive. So if I'm going to bring a subversive message, I need to be able to justify it with evidence. I need to bring arguments. And I need to be able to face my loudest, my most aggressive critics who want to denounce that or want to say, you are absurd to think that Islam has anything of value to offer this world. You are insane. You are, you're certifiably insane. You need to be locked up. That's what they're telling Muslims. That's what they're telling Muslims. And their response to this can't be just name calling, and it can't just be pounding your chest, and it can't be, resorting to the age-old tropes and the age-old stereotypes or the age-old cliches. You have to be able to give a sustained, robust argument and defend it in the face of harsh critics, harsh criticism. That's what I try to offer in all my debates. That's the value add that I try to bring in all my debates. And this is why I say that I haven't lost a debate, because I judge objectively. If I bring an argument into a debate, that's the opening statement. The opening statement is so critical for the way that I do debates. I have an opening statement, 10 to 15 minutes, sometimes longer, and I give the most robust argument that I can, the best argument within that time. I bring the evidence, I bring the conceptual points. And then the challenge is, can the opponent debunk that or override it with his own argument, with a better argument? And that's something that can be objectively evaluated by logic, logically, in terms of critical reasoning, in terms of standards of academic critique. You can judge that. And I'm willing to put my opening statements and my arguments in all of these debates to the test, but for an objective evaluation by anyone in the world. And they can say who has won or who has lost. And I'm confident that if such an evaluation were done, I would not have lost any debate. And, I've done almost 40 debates, 40 formal debates at this point. So, that's my record. And my debate with Andrew Wilson was no different. It went along the same pattern that we've seen in these debates. And I'll explain why it's not difficult to understand. Many of these people, they come to debate and they just come with cliches. They come with standard talking points. They clearly haven't thought very deeply about the questions at hand. And they also haven't seen Muslims give certain types of arguments. So they're always surprised. They're always going to be surprised by the argument that I bring. And that puts them on the back foot, and they have to catch up, and they have to try to contend with that opening statement when I present it. That's very difficult. That's very difficult for, even seasoned debaters or seasoned academics, let alone Andrew Wilson, who's like a high school dropout. I don't think he's actually graduated from high school. So, this is the strategy. This is the intention. This is the purpose of doing debates. Now, we could just say it's not necessarily necessary to debate. It's not necessary to engage. Oh, why should we debate the Andrew Wilsons and the David Woods and the whoever of the world, these atheists or Christians or Hindus or Jews? Why should we even bother? This is going to make Muslims, if the strategy were to just avoid public confrontation and to avoid stepping up to the plate, stepping into the ring, we're just going to be mocked. Mercilessly mocked for being cowards, for not Muslims can just talk and they can just propose that Islam is the truth and Islam is offering the best way of life. They just talk, but they can't actually step into the ring and defend those statements against scrutiny, against tough scrutiny, against criticism. Muslims are cowards. And that's the kind of mentality that unfortunately a lot of Muslims have. They are not confident enough in their beliefs to actually face harsh opposition And so they make excuses. They say, "Oh, I'm not going to debate. You're vulgar. I'm not going to debate you. You're just too vulgar." Yeah, okay. If it's some loser online that no one knows who's vulgar, yeah, don't debate him. You know, there are tons of people that are constantly challenging me, tons of losers, and I don't feel the need to debate some no-name loser. But I can't just avoid all debates when you have top apologists, Christian apologists, or Zionist Jews, or atheists who are challenging me, calling me out. Remember, that was the first really high-profile debate that I did with Apus. Apus made a video calling me out and questioning Islam on its stance towards sexual immorality and homosexuality, specifically in LGBT. He called me out. He made a video calling me out. And he challenged me, let's talk about it. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a debate. And I could have said, "Oh, well, you're vulgar. You're vulgar. I don't need to talk to you." Yeah, I don't actually need to talk to him, but he's challenging me. What are the optics of that? What is the message of that? If I say, "No, I can't do it. I don't want to give you more attention. I don't want to give you more legitimacy." Okay, these are people who have major platforms. Okay, Apus at that time had a major platform. Millions of people, millions of views on his videos, much bigger than my platform at that time. So how am I giving him legitimacy? He already has the platform. He already has all of this viewership. So it's just an excuse because you're scared. You're scared of Islam being challenged. You're scared that you can't respond and you can't actually handle the critique. And that's fine. Not everyone has to debate. Not everyone should debate. Many people, vast majority, should not debate. But if you take it a step further and you say that, no one should debate, Daniel shouldn't debate either, no one should debate, okay, then that becomes a problem. That means that you have no confidence that Islam can actually win in these matches. So unfortunately, we have the wrong mentality from some Muslims, and every single debate I get criticized. "Oh, why'd you debate this person? You're giving them the legitimacy, blah, 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 blah." And I notice that the people who criticize me for debates, they're awfully quiet about other Muslim debaters. They're awfully quiet. They don't really bring the same critique or the same criticism. They save it for Daniel. I wonder why that is. I wonder why. We can speculate. But yeah, so I just want to make that point. It's important to emphasize why we engage in these debates. It's not just empty talk. It's not just theatrics. It's not just name calling. It's not just entertainment. It's not entertainment, actually. It's bringing a argument to bear on the truth of Islam and challenging the kuffar, challenging the enemies of Islam to disprove that argument, debunk that argument, challenging them. That's what Muslims do. They challenge. Muslims strive for excellence, and they look for the confrontation. They look for the confrontation against the enemies of Islam. They don't go hide in their little hole. They don't go hide in their little echo chamber and just tell each other how amazing. We're so amazing. That's not what Muslims do. Muslims go for the confrontation. So I just want to make that point because there's a testosterone problem that we have, unfortunately, with some of these Muslims. They've been Christianized or they've been feminized. They've been drinking too much soy milk, soy juice, and they find debates, the whole idea of confrontation, as offensive, and then they start, whining like a woman, basically. That why are you so argumentative? Why can't we just, why do we have to engage? Why? They're so vulgar, these Christians. Why? It's like a woman's mentality. Okay, so I'm going to review the debate and analyze it. We're going to go in depth. This is a deep dive. Before we do that, don't forget to hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, subscribe to our newsletter. The link is in the description below. And yeah, leave a super chat. Your super chats really help the channel, really helps in the algorithm. It helps supports our costs. And I will read your super chats, inshallah, at the end of the show. And maybe even during the show, actually. Maybe for today's show, since it's like a analysis, I'll show some of your super chats during the broadcast, okay? So, just before we start, I want to show you a couple of ayat that one of my friends shared with me, and I thought they're beautiful and very relevant, and they really set the tone for this debate. So this is in Surah Maryam, coincidentally. And Allah says, verse 73, "And when our verses are recited to them as clear evidence, those who disbelieve say to those who believe, which of our two parties is best in position and best in association?" So when the ayat, the verses of Allah, the divine revelation is recited to them, to these disbelievers, whether they're Christian, Jew, atheist, Hindu, they say, their response, this is their mentality, who's better? Who has more wealth? Who has more power? Who has better association with the halls of power? This is their response. And then Allah responds to them, "And how many a generation have we destroyed before them who are better in possessions and outward appearance?" Allah is saying, how many generations, how many have there been in terms of power, strength, wealth, building their huge monuments, towers, carving into the mountains, building their pyramids or whatever? What happened to them? Where are they now? They've been eliminated. Allah eliminated them. So this is not a good argument. Allah is saying that this is not a good argument. What is apparent, what is the appearance, is not always the reality. What you see with your eyes is not always reality. There's a deeper truth. There's a deeper reality, the unseen world. And that is the real world. Don't be deluded by what you see of wealth and power and strength. This is what Allah is saying in the Quran. This is the message of Islam. And some Christians also have a similar message about the importance of the spiritual. They also have a similar message, but we don't see many Christians nowadays, especially those who are the most popular online debaters and apologists. They don't apparently have the same value anymore. They go by what they see. They go by the apparent. They go by the strength and the technology and the scientific and economic progress. This is how they judge the world. And so even by the standards of a mystical or spiritual standard, they have lost. They've been deluded. And this is exactly what Allah is describing in these passages, in these ayat. Okay, so with that in mind, let's just start the review.
He is an American Muslim commentator and Harvard grad who debates religion and politics. He is best known for his YouTube channel, The MuslimSkeptic, where he critiques modernity from a traditionalist Islamic perspective. Please welcome Daniel Haqiqatjou. Also, defending Christianity tonight, Andrew Wilson runs the popular YouTube channel, The Crucible, which focuses on politics, news, debates, and interviews, and also runs Verbal Combat, a comprehensive debate course found at debateuniversity.com. Give it up for Andrew Wilson.
He's got a marble clenched in his teeth.
Like, how lame is it that you have to have like a theme song play when you're introduced? Like, so it's like from the beginning, it's all theatrics, and 99% of the audience there were Andrew Wilson fans. Like, there were about 200 people in that audience. This was the, keynote or the main event of that debate conference, and they're all there to cheer on Andrew, and they're just drinking. Some of them brought alcohol. They're bringing like music to play, cheering, yeah. Like, it's just a show. And apparently this is what Christianity is now. That's fine. That's fine. But yeah, so I it was interesting. I talked to Andrew just minutes before we started, and he said something. I just went and shook his hand. I said, introduced myself, and said, I told him, you're doing a good job debating these feminists. And he said, yeah, you're doing a good job too. You're a good debater. I watched a lot of your debates to prepare for this one, for debating me. And then he had an interesting anecdote to share. I don't think it's like a particularly sensitive thing that I'm sharing this publicly, but he said that he really burst onto the scene when he debated on Modern Day Debate Matt Dillahunty. You guys remember Matt Dillahunty, this really revolting atheist that I debated a few years ago? So Matt Dillahunty and Andrew Wilson debated, and this was long before Andrew Wilson was known. And Andrew Wilson basically triggered Matt Dillahunty so badly that within 15 minutes of the debate starting, Matt Dillahunty just got up and left. He just rage quit the debate. And this was like a huge win for Andrew Wilson. Like, you made Matt Dillahunty so angry that he couldn't even finish debating you. And I was talking to Andrew Wilson, and he said that, before I debated Matt Dillahunty, I watched your debate with him, Daniel debating Matt Dillahunty, and I saw that you're triggering Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty was getting extremely angry at you, and he even got up out of his chair and charged you in the debate. If you remember that from when I debated Matt Dillahunty. And so Andrew said, that inspired me. that inspired me that, oh, this guy can be triggered, and basically I need to rage bait him. And that was my strategy. So that was, I think funny, that connection that Andrew mentioned. But this was the environment. It was very hostile, and we'll see how Andrew is able to draw into the crowd. And that's maybe 50% or more, maybe even 80%, you could say, of his whole debating strategy is how to get the crowd into it, how to get them to cheer and laugh. And so that's more than any kind of argument that he's going to give.
We're going to step. We're going to jump. We're going to jump right back. We're going to jump right into it with Daniel's opening statement. Daniel, the floor is all yours for your 15-minute opener. Thanks for being with us.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hold on, let me just do something real quick.
بسم الله الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله. Just a quick note. I want this to be a civil debate because right now there's a massive Zionist campaign to generate as much hostility between Muslims and Christians as possible. If I can say something nice about Andrew, I respect him for not being a shill for Israel. I think we can be civil, but also very critical of each other's religions without it turning vicious. The only ones who benefit from a Muslim-Christian civil war right now is Israel, which is stoking hate so that they can continue their genocide of both Muslim and Christian Palestinians while they bleed America dry. Let's keep that larger context in mind. So the first slide, which is best for society, Islam or Christianity? Next slide. The answer depends on which standard we use to judge, traditional or secular liberal values. Traditional values include belief in God, prayer, marriage and gender roles, opposition to degeneracy, and commitment to nation and shared culture. Secular liberal values include individual freedom, gender equality, sexual autonomy, scientific progress, and economic advancement. If we judge by traditional values, Islam beats Christianity hands down. If we judge by secular liberal values, Christianity comes out on top. The reason for this is that Christianity, since the Enlightenment, has been reformed and adopted liberal values while eroding traditional ones. This is because Christianity is more open to evolving in a way that Islam isn't. My opponent, Andrew Wilson, claims to be a traditional Christian, but we'll see if he'll debate like a traditional Christian or like a blue-haired libtard. If he debates as a traditional Christian, he should defend Christianity. He should defend Christianity as understood.
I was surprised that the audience laughed at that. Because it's mainly a Christian audience, but they apparently found it pretty funny. Yeah, it's like really easy to make these kinds of images now with AI. I just took like an image of him and told Grok, you know, give this person blue hair and like a nose ring. And this is what happened. This is the result. Or put this person in traditional Eastern Orthodox garb, like priestly garb, and this is their result. So it's pretty good. Like AI rendering is pretty good.
Before modern liberal reforms. For example, even though he's Orthodox, I doubt he'll defend Byzantine Orthodox norms, such as theocratic monarchy, the monarch's authority to define church doctrine, slavery, book bans and speech restrictions, death penalties for blasphemy, apostasy, and pagan worship, restrictions and bans on loaning money with interest, minimum marriage age of 12, bans on divorce, mandatory veiling of women with unveiled women labeled as prostitutes, lashes for fornicators, punishing married adulterers by cutting off noses or sewing them into sacks and burning them alive, execution for homosexual acts, limits on Jews through bans on Jewish proselytizing and building new synagogues. If we look at a timeline of Christianity, for 1700 years, Christianity upheld its pre-modern norms of slavery, female subordination, monarchy, punishments for blasphemy, executions for adultery. After the Enlightenment, Christians began reforming their religion to match secular values, and that liberalizing process continues today with the acceptance of homosexuality, LGBT rights, and modern feminism. Even though he's a conservative, Andrew already accepts huge chunks of this liberal reform. He's fine with abolishing slavery, rejecting monarchy, ending blasphemy, and adultery punishments. His conservatism simply draws an arbitrary line at a later stage, roughly 1950s America. But libtard progressives follow that same reform trajectory, just a few stages or steps further. Andrew isn't defending traditional Christianity, he's defending his preferred arbitrary stopping point on a progressive path he already agrees with.
I've made this point in numerous debates now. I've made it with Christians. I even use this kind of point debating liberal Muslims. And there's never a response. They can never respond to this, so they avoid it. Like, this is a conceptual point that I made in the early part of the opening statement. Andrew never addressed it. He never had any kind of rebuttal to this. And this is like a very big distinguishing factor between Islam and Christianity. Because if, like, the idea that you are reforming on the basis of secular influence means that your religion has been changed. So even if your religion was the truth, like Jesus really was God and was crucified and then was, resurrected himself, and the Bible is true and the church doctrines are true, even if we concede that or assume that, well, you've just reformed it. You've reformed like major teachings, things that were considered perfectly moral, like slavery or execution for these kinds of sexual crimes, or veiling, all those things that you thought were normative, moral, now you can either have abolished or abolished and considered to be immoral. You've denounced them. So that so you see how that's a problem. Whereas in Islam, there is nothing that the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did or taught and was upheld within a unbroken chain of scholarly tradition, which constitutes the Sunnah. There is nothing within that corpus of Quran and Sunnah going back 1400 years that Muslims agree should be reformed or should be changed on the basis of changing time. That's the difference. That is a huge distinguishing factor between Islam and Christianity or any of these other religions. So this is always like a trump card that you can play against these Christians, against these Hindus, Jews, or whoever. They've all gone through a reform process. And it's actually an interesting intellectual history that at MuslimSkeptic and this think tank that we're building, we've written a book, like an actual full book that we have written, led by Brother Beria. If you know Brother Beria, he's the main writer for this. Research that's been done into a complete book showing the intellectual trajectory and the history since the Enlightenment within all of these religions: Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, Buddhism, even East Asian religions, Confucianism. All of these, how have they all followed the same pattern? And how are Muslim reformists trying to push Islam into that same pattern? We've done a lot of research and a lot of work, and that book is now being edited. Like, we're editing that book, and we're going to, inshallah, be releasing it in the near future, inshallah. But this is a point that is very important for Muslims to keep in mind. And this is why it's so critical that we don't concede anything to the secular liberal paradigm, that worldview, their normative assumptions. We do not concede anything to them. Our values and our norms and what we stand by is the Quran and the Sunnah, the divine revelation.
In other words, the difference between him and the libtards is quantitative, not qualitative. Just a dispute over where to halt the same ongoing cucking to secular liberalism. So Andrew's conservatism is not principled, it's arbitrary. Given this, I predict Andrew will debate like a blue-haired libtard today and use a pro-liberal strategy against Islam. Because again, Christianity can't beat Islam on traditional values for the simple reason that Islam isn't amenable to reform the way Christianity is. So he'll likely attack Islam exactly like a blue-haired alphabet person would by calling Islam backwards on marriage, gender roles, and scientific and economic progress. But
so this prediction was absolutely right. The prediction was absolutely right. Andrew, his argument was on the basis of scientific and economic progress, as I predicted. He didn't go into the women's rights side of it. In other debates he has, in other debates against Muslims, or when he's talking about Islam, he goes into that side of it, specifically talking about like minor marriage. But he did go into scientific and economic progress. That was his whole argument. So I predicted it exactly right.
if Andrew attacks Islam using secular liberal values, he faces a dilemma. Because tomorrow he's debating an atheist on whether Christianity or secular liberalism is better for society. So any pro-liberal standard that Andrew uses to judge Islam today, tomorrow that same liberal standard can be used by his atheist opponent to judge Christianity. For example, if he says Christianity is better than Islam because it gives women more rights and promotes more scientific progress and health, the atheist can argue that secular liberalism does even more of those things. Andrew knows this, so against the atheist tomorrow, he'll likely revert back to a traditional Christian stance, highlighting issues like LGBT, incest, and low birth rates.
This is what he did. So the day after our debate, he was debating this atheist, Dr. Richard Carrier, and the types of arguments that Andrew was using in that debate, he goes back to traditional values, the value of believing in God, because societies that believe in God are going to commit less crime because they're afraid of God. They're afraid of being punished in the hereafter, and so therefore it has a positive outcome for society. So in that debate, he dropped the IQ. He dropped the IQ standard very conveniently and starts arguing about, conviction and belief in God. He still puts it in utilitarian terms, of course. He doesn't say that, well, believing in God is a value in and of itself. He can't make that argument with an atheist because, he's not educated in the natural value of belief in God and how belief in God is actually something that is a part of human cognition, like natural human cognition. And if you ask children before they've been acculturated into a certain religion that they believe in a creator, these are the studies that I've cited in, for example, the Genius of Islam series, Olivera Petrovich's study from Oxford, that children, before they become acculturated, like whether they're Japanese, whether they're British, whether they're from Brazil, regardless of their religious, cultural background, when they're young enough, they will all testify to belief in a creator in this kind of universal way across cultures. So that says that, well, there's something inherent to human biology. There's something inherent to the human mind that recognizes the truth of God. And that's something that you can present to an atheist as a challenge. Like, well, just like human beings have a natural tendency to not harm others for no reason, or there's a natural ability to do basic logical reasoning or moral reasoning or whatever, but also belief in God, also belief in a creator does have this kind of biologically rooted basis and therefore has value. That's an argument that you can make on the basis of cognitive science. That's the kind of argument I brought to Matt Dillahunty a few years ago when I debated him. But Andrew can't argue for the value of belief in God in and of itself. Inherently, he has to make a utilitarian claim. But anyway, the point is that he did exactly as I predicted. That's the point.
Not singling out Andrew. All Christian debaters code switch. They know Christianity isn't as based as Islam on traditional values, nor as progressive as secularism on liberal values. Christianity is stuck in the middle between traditionalism and secularism. So to win against either Islam or secularism, Christians have no choice but to code switch depending on who they're debating. Putting aside this conceptual problem with Christian apologetics, how do we know that Islam is better for society than Christianity? Again, it depends on what values we adopt. Muslim and Christians generally subscribe to traditional values. In fact, all humans, due to biology, inherently value things like belief in a creator, marriage, family, and community. So let's see whether Islam or Christianity is better at promoting these things in society using the abundance of empirical data available. Let's start with a bird's eye view using the World Values Survey, a global project measuring beliefs, values, and cultural changes in over 100 countries.
So look at the premise here. Okay, all humans naturally value, but Christians certainly value. So these are values that all humans have. So similar argument can be used against an atheist. Similar arguments can be used against secular people who don't necessarily believe in any kind of organized religion, but it applies even more so to Christians. I assume that a Christian listening to this, watching this debate, will have to nod his head in agreement that, yeah, I do value belief in a supreme creator and conviction. Like, I want to live in a society where more people believe in God and have conviction in God, and they have conviction in the afterlife. I want to live in that kind of society. I want to live in a society that has stronger, healthier marriages. Not only for my sake, because I want to be in such a marriage. I want to be in a marriage where I'm not being divorce raped, or I have to worry about my wife cheating on me, or I have to worry about my wife, constantly doing nothing for the marriage itself, but just enriching herself by going and being empowered at a job and making money for herself, for her own empowerment. I want a wife who is submissive to me and supports me and is going to obey me in my marriage. I want a society like that for myself. Our marriages like that for myself, and so that society will be healthier. And then family, again, having a society with strong family values. And then I want a nation. I want a nation where people are committed to each other. They have a loyalty. They have an in-group loyalty to each other. On the basis of that religion, they stand with each other. Everyone's nowadays talking about the America First movement. America first. We have to be Americans first. We have to value each other. Well, there are certain religions that promote that mentality more than others, in the sense of your ummah first. Muslims should be ummah first. Muslims have to be strong together as a community. there are certain religions that are better at promoting an in-group loyalty than others. Like Judaism, for example, is very good at that. Judaism promotes a high level of in-group preference compared to Christianity, for example. So religions will differ on the basis of those norms. So these are 4 easy things that Christians should acknowledge that, yeah, we do value these things. We want whatever religion does improve on these things is going to be better for society. I think that's a common premise that the entire debate should be based on.
Better at promoting these things in society using the abundance of empirical data available. Let's start with a bird's eye view using the World Values Survey, a global project measuring beliefs, values, and cultural changes in over 100 countries. Their World Cultural Map from 2023 groups countries by religion. Protestant European countries are yellow, Orthodox is red, European Catholics are green, Latin America in light blue, and Islamic countries in gray. On the x-axis, countries that value individual self-expression and autonomy are further right on the graph. On the y-axis, countries that are more secular or higher up. The ones that have more traditional values are lower. So you can see in the bottom left, there are the Islamic countries that are more traditional, whereas the Christian countries are more secular and value individual autonomy. How about...
So this is a important graph, because it's you can't maybe see the countries individually here, but you can look it up, the Engelhardt Welzel World Cultural Map. And they put, this is an ongoing, the World Value Survey is ongoing. There's over 100 countries that they survey. They vary the countries some years. It's not the same countries every year, but they collect massive amounts of data to look at the values of people around the world. And I've referenced this map before. I've referenced the World Value Survey before in different debates because it's very significant as a sociological database. And you can see that when it comes to self-expression, these are liberal values as opposed to survival, things that are less about your freedom and your equality and your self-expression. It has more to do with surviving, like being able to survive, being able to live. That you see on the x-axis, on the y-axis, traditional versus secular values. So that you have like Orthodox Europe has less of the self-expression values, but they're still more secular. So this is like Eastern Europe in the red. You have the Chinese. The Chinese are in the middle between self-expression and survival, but they're highly secular. They're the most secular group. So South Korea, Hong Kong, China in general, Japan, Mongolia even, you can see. Then you have the Catholics in the green. You have the Protestant Europeans far on the right side. So they're, arguably the most secular, secular liberal, and the least traditional. They're on the opposing side or the opposing pole. And then on this side, you have on the left, the Muslim countries, Africa and the Middle East. Even like there's Turkey, Iran, Morocco, Tunisia, Uzbekistan, a lot of the Central Asian countries, Saudi, Egypt, Yemen, Indonesia. I believe Indonesia is there as well. Iraq. So Albania. So you see India as well. So these are countries that vary in culture, they vary in ethnicity, they vary in socioeconomics as well. Some of them are more developed than others, but they have higher GDP per capita. But still, because of the religion, because of the Islamic heritage, the norms that have proliferated over centuries in these lands, they are more traditional. They are more traditional, they are less secular, and they're less prone to secularization. That is Islam doing that. That is the shared factor that all of these countries have in common. And this is, so if you want a more traditional society and you want empirical evidence for which religion is actually making a society more or less traditional, then this is clear evidence that Islam is the religion that you should follow, especially compared to Protestantism. Protestantism is the worst religion to follow. This is, like the American Christians. And then just Europeans in general, Western Europe. And then you go into the Catholics as well. So Catholics, Spain, France, Slovakia, Hungary, Poland, Portugal, Croatia. Those are those countries. And then Latin America, also below that. So anyway, this is an important data set to study and reference.
And value individual autonomy. How about belief in God? Muslim countries show higher religiosity and belief in God than Christian ones. For example, Pew Research asked people in different countries if they believe in God. For nearly all the Muslim countries, the number was 100%, to such an extent that Pew concluded that nearly all Muslims surveyed believe in God.
So all Muslims surveyed believe in God. What does that mean? Like, if you're a Muslim, you believe in God, right? How can you be a Muslim and not believe in God? It has to be 100%, right? Like, that's why this, if I had more time, I would explain in depth this chart. But Muslims just take it for granted that if you're a Muslim, of course you believe in God. That's just truism. But that's because we don't understand other religions. Like Judaism, you have many Jews. They're self-proclaimed Jews, but 50% or more don't actually believe in God. You know, that's the level of atheism. And remember how I was talking to that Jewish rabbi. He said, according to his estimate, 50% of rabbis, religiously trained rabbis, don't believe in God. So, or Christians. You have cultural Christians who say, yeah, I'm Christian. They're culturally Christian. Maybe many of Andrew Wilson's fans, they're culturally Christian, but they don't actually believe in God. They don't actually believe that, yeah, there is a God, or yeah, I have to follow the Bible in this way. That's the difference. This phenomenon of being a cultural Christian or a cultural Jew or a cultural Hindu, that's something that exists in other religions. It doesn't exist in Islam. If you have a Muslim who disbelieves in God, they say, I'm not a Muslim anymore. I don't believe. I'm just an atheist. You know, I'm an apostate. And they even label themselves as apostates. They're not Muslim. So the idea of a cultural Muslim doesn't exist. I mean, this is what they're trying to push. They want to create this as a way to weaken Islam, but it doesn't exist. So you go to these countries. Who are the top? Bangladesh, you know, Indonesia. Indonesia is the biggest Muslim country in terms of population. In Kenya, you know, Kenya has a lot of Muslims and a lot of Christians, and both of them, there's no cultural Christians in Kenya apparently, because that's 100% for Christians in red there. Then you have Nigeria is also split with Christians and Muslims, and they also have a high level of faith. What's interesting is that in these countries where they're both Muslims and Christians, they both push each other, the Christians and Muslims, to more and more traditionalism, more and more like devotion to the faith. This is a phenomenon that sociologists have also recognized. So in the countries where you have both Muslims and Christians, they tend to have higher levels of belief and conviction and lower levels of secularism in those countries. There's this effect, and we kind of see it on the online space as well. Like, haven't you noticed that more recently you have more Christians being based and saying things like, yeah, we want a Christian nation, we want Christian nationalism, and yeah, women need to go back into the kitchen, and yeah, you know, they're talking more and more like this. I think that's the big influence of Muslims. It's Muslims that are pushing them because they see how based and traditional Muslims are, and they feel inadequate. They feel inadequate, and so they're playing catch up. They're LARPing basically, and ultimately they won't be able to completely catch up because they don't have a preserved tradition. That's just like I mentioned earlier in the presentation. Yeah, so you go down the list and you get to a country like, you know, the United States. 96% of Christians believe in God. That means 4% of Christians don't believe in God, even though they identify as Christians. Greece, it's 89% of Christians believe in God. Then you go to Germany at 76. Sweden was in the 50s. It's off. I had to crop the graph so you can't see it. But this is from Pew.
Another Pew dataset shows Muslim countries, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, at the top of global belief rankings, while Christian countries are split with Kenya, Ghana, and the Philippines high, but the US, Spain, and France low.
So the percentage of people in the country who believe in God. Like when it comes to, you have Bangladesh, Indonesia, which are all Muslim. Kenya, Nigeria, and Ghana, they have a heavy Muslim presence. And even Philippines, not as much, but there are Muslims increasingly in the Philippines. But these African countries, arguably, it's because of the Muslim population that is pushing Christians to be more traditional. Otherwise, they would be more susceptible. If they didn't have that influence, they'd be like other sub-Saharan African countries, which have been secularized, and you're seeing atheism rise in those countries. You have India. India also. The Muslims are driving Hindus to be more religious in India. Like the whole Hindutva phenomenon is a reaction to Muslims and Muslim religiosity. Malaysia is there. Brazil, I guess, maybe doesn't have really any Muslim presence. Maybe some dawah work is happening there, but it's not really substantial. Colombia. So Muslims are dominating this.
What about religiosity? On this map, all Muslim countries are dark purple, showing the largest share of religious followers. Christian countries, except Latin America, are much lower, like the US, Europe, and Russia.
Yeah, so you see the dark areas of religiosity. Religion matters. The high IQ countries are at a lower level. It's actually with the higher IQ Christian countries, the more secularized Christian countries, just have less faith. Religion matters less than South America, but South America doesn't have the high IQ. So
Pew studied how important religion is to people's lives. And for Muslim countries, they're dark yellow, indicating 80 to 100% of people saying religion is very important to them, while most Christian countries are much lower in gray and blue. The 2024 Integrated Value Survey confirms this. In majority Muslim countries like Indonesia and Egypt, over 97% say religion is very important, whereas in Christian countries like Mexico, the US, Russia, and Germany, religion matters far less. Another key metric is religious switching. Pew shows Christianity in red has the largest net loss of followers, while Islam in green has the highest net gain from conversions. Now let's look at family and gender roles. Muslim societies have higher rates of marriage than Christian societies. Notice how the percentage of married individuals of both Muslim women and men, indicated by the red and blue arrows, is higher than Christians, since Christians are more likely to delay or forego marriage. We can also look at divorce laws. Christian countries mostly allow no-fault divorce, while Muslim countries often have fault-based divorce or other limitations on women.
and this is very significant, like the laws of the countries. Like these countries that have no-fault divorce are seculars. They've been secularized. So you have all these Christian countries. Like look at Latin America, Christian. Sub-Saharan Africa, Christian. Obviously North America, Russia, Western Europe, and a lot of Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, the Catholics. They are secularized. They've adopted a feminist legal system for marriage. Why? Because Christianity doesn't allow no-fault divorce. It's questionable whether Christianity even allows divorce, period. Whether the Bible or the church allows it. It's really mainly Protestants who will have this concession to divorce. And even that's not no-fault divorce. So the fact that you have all of these Christian countries with no-fault divorce shows that they've been secularized. They have adopted these secular feminist values, whereas Muslim countries have not. You know, they're unfortunately en route to adopting those types of feminist laws that will destroy marriage. But Islam has been more resistant to that. So this is very significant.
When it comes to fertility, Pew Research shows that Muslims are at 2.9 globally, whereas Christians are at 2.6. And even when you break it down by region, Muslims in Europe, the Asia Pacific, and Sub-Saharan Africa have more children than their Christian counterparts. Muslims also have the largest families by household size.
Yeah, so these are all, when you have a larger family size, when you have more stable marriages, like marriages are lasting longer, there's no divorce rape. If you have divorce rape, if you have this idea of no-fault divorce in society, then why people will avoid marriage, especially men. Why would I want to get into a marriage where at any time my wife can say that, yeah, I don't like you anymore, give me half your wealth, and I'm taking the kids, I'm taking the house. Like, why would I basically put all of my assets at risk and get into this kind of relationship legally where I can just be completely destroyed and bankrupted and lose my children? That doesn't seem like an attractive prospect to me, so I'm not going to get married. So it's important for the health of society and the sanity and the prosperity of individuals, men and women, to not have these types of laws, these types of backwards feminist marriage laws. So Muslim family sizes bigger because our marriages are more stable, because we have more children, our birth rate is higher. This comes from Islamic values. This is coming from the religion.
At 6.4 members per household compared to 4.5 for Christians. Due to both higher birth rate and higher net conversions, Islam is the fastest growing religion projected to meet and exceed the Christian population in 25 to 50 years. How about sexual behaviors? Research in American Sociological Review show Muslims, due to religious conviction, are less likely to have premarital or extramarital sex than Christians. Some Christians might claim this is only due to self-reporting bias because Muslims are less likely to admit to engaging in these behaviors. But we can account for this by benchmarking against other variables like medical abortions and death rate from HIV/AIDS, which directly correlate with extramarital sex.
There's also unintended pregnancies. That's another independent variable. And just like abortion, unintended pregnancies are much higher in these Christian countries, even when you look at the less economically developed countries in sub-Saharan Africa, Latin America, the Philippines, etc., or Eastern Europe. Russia, they have higher levels of STDs, they have higher levels of HIV/AIDS, they have higher levels of abortions, they have higher levels of unintended pregnancies because they're engaged in this kind of fornication, on this kind of sexual behavior. And it's coming directly from the religion. Christianity doesn't teach modesty to the same extent, or if it to the extent that existed in the past, they have secularized. Now it's no longer a value. They don't have this value of the genders should be separated, like Muslims do, like Islam teaches, gender separation, gender segregation, modesty, staying at home. Like these kinds of values are values to preserve chastity. And Christianity doesn't have preserved teachings, strong preserved teachings, because they don't have fiqh, for example. They don't have a preserved text, the Bible, which version of the Bible. There's so many. They all disagree. Every denomination has its own version. They don't have, these things haven't been preserved. All their churches have been infiltrated by state power, secular state powers. These are the kinds of factors that have created the secularization of Christianity. In Islam, we have preserved these teachings. We have fiqh. We have, our societies have these values of gender separation, propriety, chastity, modesty. And that's why we have less of these problems. Now, if we follow the Christians like these reformists want to do, these Muslim reformists, when we have someone like Yasir Qadi or Hatem al-Hajj or any of these simp imams who want to basically introduce no-fault divorce into Islam, they want to introduce alimony, they want to feminize Islam, they are going to take Muslim societies down this path. Like, we're basically looking at our future. The future of Muslim countries are on this map. Just look at the Christians. Look at Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, Philippines, Russia, wherever, Western Europe. That kind of dystopia, that's our future if we listen to the compassionate imams, the simp imams, the reformers. That's going to be the same result for Muslims.
Data shows abortion rates are highest in Christian regions, and death from AIDS are highest in Christian countries in Africa, Russia, and Latin America, but lowest in North Africa, the Middle East, and other Muslim regions.
Yeah, so you can see Sub-Saharan Africa, predominantly Christian. They have very high levels of HIV/AIDS. As you get more of a Muslim population in North Africa, it's the lowest rates in the world.
Regarding acceptance of homosexuality, Pew shows Christian countries are far more accepting, even after controlling for economic factors. Regarding...
Yeah, look at the Philippines. Okay, Philippines is one of the few Christian countries, majority Christian countries in Southeast Asia. Very accepting of homosexuality. Yeah, you have Israel here in the Middle East. Western Europe, obviously. Russia, more so than Muslims. And then South America. Look, Brazil, Argentina. They're very accepting. Mexico, very accepting of homosexuality. It's traditional. This is what Christianity brings?
Sexuality. Pew shows Christian countries are far more accepting, even after controlling for economic factors.
Also something that the compassionate imams have been pushing. We have to, we have to support LGBT rights. We know that it's a sin, but we have to support their rights. That's acceptance of homosexuality that these compassionate imams have been pushing. Yes, Queen Simstitute has been pushing, and we're going to keep pushing if, the haram police the what were they calling me? The disgruntled ex-employees hadn't put their foot down and said enough is enough. Remember that?
Regarding attitudes towards gender equality, World Value Survey asked whether men make better leaders than women, do men have more of a right to a job than women, etc. They took the answers to these questions to create a grading system which shows that Muslims are far below Christians. Now, if we were a
So this is from the book Rising Tide, Gender Equality and Cultural Change Around the World by Pippa Norris and Ronald Engelhardt. Engelhardt is the founder of the World Value Survey that we saw earlier, and they want to test attitudes towards gender equality, look at the denomination, and they break it down like by economic or the type of society, agrarian, industrial, or post-industrial. So generally when you're in post-industrial, you get a higher score in terms of gender equality, gender egalitarianism. You value it more. So the post-industrial societies are generally more. Interestingly, Buddhism seems to show the opposite. The agrarian, the less industrialized, are more pro-gender equality than the post-industrial. But for everyone else, that's the trend. But then, even after accounting for industrialization levels, which are correlated to economic levels, you see this stark difference between Muslim countries, Orthodox Christian, Protestant Christian, Catholic Christian. The Christians are much more in favor of gender equality. And Muslims are on the bottom. That's something to be proud of. And that's something that we need to get these numbers lower. These numbers are too high as far as I'm concerned. This is actually too high scoring on gender equality for my tastes, actually. I'm trying to bring these numbers lower. I'm trying to help make a difference in the world by bringing these numbers as low as possible for Muslims. For Christians, no. You guys be feminists. You promote, women power. You keep going in that direction. See what happens. For especially Jews as well. Jews, Christians, Hindus, Buddhists. Yeah, you keep promoting women's power. But for Muslims, don't educate your daughters. Don't educate your daughters. Make sure your wife is not working, because that's a man's job. Make sure she's at home, cooking and cleaning and taking care of the children. That's why I'm trying to make a meaningful difference in the world. Isn't that what Gandhi said? Be the change that you want to see in the world. I'm trying to really help the cause.
A bunch of liberal simps, we would count this in favor of the Christians. But since we're all red-pilled, we recognize that the Muslim countries are based and the Christians are simping. Same when it comes to other gender equality metrics. Christian countries, whether in the West or Latin America, Russia, value gender equality more than Muslims. That's a bad thing for many reasons. Looking at other societal health metrics, research shows Christian countries have much higher rates of alcohol and drug abuse. Controlling for economic differences, Muslim countries have lower homicide rates than Christian countries.
Now look at that homicide rate. Even compared to the more developed countries, like look at, and I've cited this map before in other debates, but look at North Africa, look at the Middle East. Iraq is the only Muslim country there in red, but this is because it went through 20 years of invasion and destruction, like over 1 million Muslims killed by the United States. But look at Russia, for example. Look at Russia, look at Eastern Europe, even the United States, and then Mexico, Latin America. Look at Sub-Saharan Africa. So look at the Philippines and Southeast Asia. So this is, even if you account for industrialization or economic factors, Muslim countries have less homicide.
Stephen Fish's book, Are Muslims Distinctive?, shows per capita murder rates are significantly lower in Muslim countries.
Yeah, so look at the murder rates. This is from Stephen Fish. He has this academic book, Are Muslims Distinctive? And Stephen Fish is not a fan of Muslims, by the way. He's not like pro-Islam or pro-Muslim. But he can't, fudge the raw data. Look at the United States, intentional homicide per 100,000 people. US is at 5.6. Brazil is at 11.2. Russia is 19.9. A lot of Eastern Orthodox heritage in Russia, and they are almost 20 homicides per 100,000 people. Mexico, Philippines, Germany, France, UK, Ukraine, Colombia. The Ukraine, this is before the war. South Africa. Compared to Muslim countries, and you have Pakistan is higher, like 6.9. But the rest are low, are very low in comparison to these Christian countries. And this is just a partial graph. This is just, you can go to the book and get more of the data.
Muslim countries. Female homicide rates are also lower. Rates of rape and sexual violence are likewise lower in Muslim countries and highest in Christian countries.
Yeah, I don't know why the audience is laughing. Like, this is showing Costa Rica, Czech Republic, Denmark, Uganda. Zimbabwe might have more of a Muslim population. Actually, what is the breakdown? I'm not sure between Christians and Muslims there. Malawi, Switzerland, Mozambique, Italy. Then you have Morocco, Then Morocco, but it's dominated by Christian countries.
Multiple studies show that the suicide rate for Muslims is much lower than Christians. These stats show how Islam outperforms Christianity in upholding religion, marriage, family, and community, making Islam better for society. We can examine why Islam consistently excels in these areas. First, Muslims are much more attached to religion than Christians because Islam is more compelling and intuitive than Christianity. For example, monotheism is easier to grasp than the Trinity. Islam is also more historically preserved. Carbon dating confirms that the Quran Muslims read today traces to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. By contrast, the Bible has evolved through layers of editing and reflects the theology of Paul far more than the teachings of Jesus. Islam also better preserves traditional life and family through a clear, comprehensive system of Sharia. Christianity, by contrast,
yeah, so this is the difference. Like, this is the difference, the secret sauce, why Islam is less secularized, less amenable to secularization. These are the primary reasons, in my judgment, in my estimation. Maybe you can think of other reasons, but our theology is more intuitive. Like, that's just a fact. That's the fact. When you ask these children, and you do these kinds of studies where you're asking children their conception of God, they're monotheists. They don't have this Trinity concept. They don't have this idea of whatever that the complicated Christian theology that we're supposed to believe as Christians. Children don't understand that, and they don't have that natural concept as God being a Trinity, 3 persons in one. That's not something that people intuitively grasp. That affects secularization, because if you don't really understand God, or you find that there's some kind of question or doubt with the theology, you're going to be less convicted. You're going to have less conviction to actually obey the commands of that God, to live by the code of ethics of that God. So that's reason number 1. Reason number 2, also obvious. Like, if you have doubts about whether your text is preserved, like, is this actually from God? Then you're going to be more willing to accept homosexuality. You're going to be more willing to accept, fornication and a culture of promiscuity, which we find in all these Christian countries. You're going to be more willing to start accepting usury, interest rates. Even though the Bible is prohibiting usury, why do all these Christian countries accept it and practice it? Because maybe a lot of these Christians, they don't feel like, well, the Bible, it's a man-made text. Men have written this, so why should we trust that there should be a ban on usury? So textual preservation of religion is very important for resisting secularization. And also having a comprehensive system that's been preserved through fiqh, which the Sharia is. That's not found in Christianity. That's not found in Hinduism. That's not found. The only thing that you could say it's found in Judaism. But in Judaism, like, it's such a perverse kind of system, and also racist, with promoting a Jewish supremacist system of values. And most Jews don't even believe in it. They don't believe in it anymore. They've been secularized for other reasons. So this is really the heart, the crux of the debate, why Islam is leading to these better results in society, because we're not secularized as easily.
offers only broad, highly malleable principles that different Christian groups interpret in conflicting and often contradictory ways. A Christian rebuttal could be that even if Islam excels at traditional values, it falls short on secular ones like individual freedom, self-expression, and scientific or economic progress. Christianity, they could argue, wins overall because it blends the best of both worlds, preserving core morals while still enabling the modern achievements of the Christian West.
Now, keep in mind that self-expression, individual freedom, economic progress, or even scientific achievements, I'm not saying that those are bad things, that those are evil and they should be shunned, but are they the end-all be-all? Are these the things that we have to maximize to achieve a better society? No, I don't think that that's the case. I think there needs to be a balance. There needs to be a balance. But the Christian rebuttal, I'm trying to steel man a potential Christian argument in response to the argument that I presented, and maybe the Christian can say that no, Christianity has the better balance. Christianity is promoting these things in a better way, and that's going to lead to a better result when we try to really emphasize moral and scientific progress.
More freedom, science, technology, and higher GDP. This argument has fundamental problems, however. First, is Western prosperity due to Christianity or secularism? For example, how much of Western greatness comes from pre-Christian traditions like Greece and Rome? Furthermore, if Christianity drives prosperity, why haven't the oldest Christian nations like Ethiopia and Armenia matched the West's success? Likewise, recently Christianized societies like El Salvador and the Philippines have no comparable prosperity. Finally, why do more devoutly Christian societies have higher poverty and violent crime than more secularized Christian ones?
So these points, these 4 points, this already anticipates Andrew Wilson's introduction. Like, this is already anticipating, because if Andrew Wilson or any Christian starts touting like economic prosperity, scientific prosperity, or other kind of sociological data points that are related to economic progress, then this is decoupling Christianity from that economic success, because you have deeply Christian countries who have been Christian, either they've recently adopted Christianity or they're the oldest Christian countries like Ethiopia, that they don't have that economic success. They don't have that progress, that scientific progress. So this section, like these 4 slides, are anticipation for potential argument that Andrew could make for promoting Christianity over Islam by citing, the United States or Europe or Russia. See how much more advanced these countries are than Muslim countries. This is in anticipation of that, and that's exactly what he did.
Therefore, it's far from clear that Christianity is the secret sauce to scientific and economic progress. But there's a deeper problem. Mixing traditional and secular values never works. It's like mixing paint and paint thinner. Whenever societies try to combine traditional and secular values, traditional values get abandoned. This is actually what has happened in the West, which was deeply Christian 200 years ago, but now has become the center of atheism and secular decay. This didn't happen overnight. This happened because Christians 150 years ago tried to mix traditional Christianity with the secular idea of progress. This happens because traditional values are based on duties. Preserving religion requires imposing duties on people to worship. Preserving family requires imposing duties limiting sexual freedom and providing care for children and the elderly. Preserving a nation requires duties to uphold shared norms, honor national symbols, or limit immigration. So preserving traditional values necessitates all these duties. The problem is duties are hard work requiring personal sacrifice. Because of this, duties necessarily restrict individual liberties while also generating inequality and discrimination. This is a problem for secular liberalism, which strives to free people burdened by duties. So the secular liberal system gradually eliminates duties to maximize individual freedom. This is done through 2 means: moral progress and scientific progress. Moral progress means, for example, liberating women by telling them they don't have a moral duty to serve their husbands. Scientific progress means inventing AI companies for the elderly so that little Bobby doesn't have to spend time talking to grandpa. Usually we think of progress as a good thing, but clearly progress can seriously damage society, because if you get rid of duties, this will weaken institutions of religion, family, and nation. The decay has been ongoing in the West since the 18th century, when liberal ideology kickstarted moral and scientific progress. Consequently, yes, the West has the highest GDP, but religion, family, and nation are weak, and people live as atomized individuals pursuing endless pleasure through tech-driven consumption.
So this entire section anticipates everything that Andrew Wilson is going to say. So his opening, as we'll see, plays right into what I'm refuting here. I'm refuting him. I'm refuting his entire argument before he even makes it. That's how predictable these Christians are.
If you watch tech elites shaping Western society, you'll notice their transhumanist vision, Neuralink AI, etc. This is the logical endpoint of unchecked moral and scientific progress. The question is, which religion can stop this? Christianity has already adopted liberal secularism. Sorry. And reformed itself by those standards. Even the most conservative Christians, like Andrew, won't take the radical steps needed to turn back the clock 200 years and stop the inevitable transhumanist future. The most radical thing that Andrew calls for is banning OnlyFans, maybe putting Christians in charge of America's government so that they can ban abortion, trans kids, and introduce public prayer. This won't stop, this won't slow down, let alone stop the freight train speeding humanity toward destruction. Islam, by contrast, offers the Sharia, comprehensive moral and legal, a comprehensive moral and legal framework that governs every dimension of life, individual conduct, family structure, community obligations, and social order. It does not merely tweak the secular liberal system, it represents a fundamentally different paradigm. And because Islam preserves a duty-based morality rather than dissolving it, it retains the internal resources to resist the liberal atomization and technological dehumanization.
Thank you very much for that opening from Daniel. I've got the timer set for you, Andrew, on your first word.
All right, so this is an argument that I'm confident I can take this to any Christian and argue this with extra details maybe provided, like more elaboration provided on some of these points. I only brought like a very limited data set, by the way. Like the information that I showed, like the data portion of this presentation was maybe 7 minutes. It's very brief, you know. You could have entire course like going through all of the data, all of the statistics that justify why Islam is better, like in a proven empirical way, better at preserving these values. Remember, that was our whole premise, like these traditional values, preserving belief in God, marriage, family, nation, community, like those values, what religion empirically has actually improve those statistics, improve those values, those norms within society. Islam, there's all this empirical data proving that it's Islam. The answer is Islam. So there's only a small sliver of data that was presented in this opening statement, and even that was not addressed or rebutted or even acknowledged by Andrew Wilson.
Good job, man. The fun thing about debate is you get to actually get in the mind of your opponent. What? What happened? Oh. The fun thing about...
Is that funny? Like, these things like landing for anyone other than his most hardcore fanboys?
Debate is you get to actually get in the mind of your opponent. You get to study and dissect the things that they say and believe. After watching Daniel for hours, a few things became obvious. The first... he's a far better Muslim apologist than I am a Christian apologist, that's for sure. But he's far weaker on politics than myself and the nature of the world. The second is that he's an above-average debater, but he ain't quite God tier. See, if I were Daniel and fighting from his worldview, I'd point out Christianity is fractured and weak, that Christianity is totally incapable of fighting back against the degeneracy of our time. Its impotence has led to social categories of degeneracy at levels nobody could have predicted, especially with the advent of the internet. I would point out Muslim societies don't work that way, that Muslims have feminism and degens under control, that everything in modern day Christians in the West are fighting for against degeneracy, Islam has already achieved in their lands. That's what I would do if I were Daniel. When talking about which is better for society, Islam or Christianity, this becomes a powerful argument. But I'd go a step further if I were Daniel. I'd also say my opponent will argue like an atheist progressive. That Andrew Wilson, the guy who promotes anti-feminist and egalitarian doctrine, is going to sit up here and act like an egalitarian progressive and cry about Islam being mean to the women and cry about Islam not being very nice to the gays. Well, you were wrong. Sadly for Daniel, while this tactic would normally be effective against a sewing circle Christian, I'm not part of that cast, sir. Now, let me get into my argument for why Christianity makes better societies than Islam, and it's pretty...
Then he proceeds to give an atheist progressive argument. He says that, and then proceeds to give an atheist progressive argument about economic progress, about development. That was his whole argument, right? As we'll see. So it's weird that he's trying to deny something that he's in the very next sentence going to demonstrate, that is going to. So yeah, he didn't go talk about women's issues. I thought that he was going to really hone in on this concept of minor marriage, I thought he was really going to press on minor marriage, because this is the one thing that Christians, like, this is their only argument basically, is, oh, Islam is okay with minor marriage, and oh, the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam married Aisha and when she was 9, blah blah blah. Like, I thought that was going to be the centerpiece of his argument. I actually overestimated him, because I thought he would bring a variety of arguments. He'd bring a variety of arguments to criticize against Islam. And so I tried to anticipate that by saying he's going to be a progressive. And I was right in multiple ways. He did give a progressive argument about economic development and scientific and technological progress. That is a libtard atheist progressive argument. And I was kind of close, because he did talk about marriage. That was his main point about cousin marriage. So it wasn't about minor marriage, it was about cousin marriage. These Christians always have to make it sexual. They always have to take it to the Muslim bedroom. Isn't that interesting? I don't know why. What kind of preoccupation do they have with the Muslim bedroom? It needs to be studied. These Christians need to be studied. And I would reciprocate and say, well, I want to get into the mind of these Christians. Why do they have this kind of fixation? But I'm kind of scared to get into their minds, actually.
Pretty simple. Islamic societies breed an inbred population. Next slide, please. Muslim inbreeding has been occurring at a high rate for about 1,400 years since the early Islamic period, encompassing most of the land still occupied by Islam today. It spread from the 8th to the 15th century, moved into Persia, North Africa, South Asia, where it remains and has created some of the dumbest human beings on planet Earth. The most common type of inbreeding is first cousin marriage. The rates of first cousin marriage in comparison to Christian nations is staggeringly high, even in comparison to regions occupied by Arab Christians. When a nation has both Christians and Muslims, Muslims are often double or higher than Christians. Example, India, Lebanon. Next slide, please. Muslim inbreeding. Oh, sorry about that. Pakistan at 65%. 65%, meaning more likely than not, you're having sex with your cousin, and if you're not, you're the weird one. Okay? For the low IQ members of MDD, that means these people are more likely than not having sex with their aunts or uncles' children. Whew, Saudi Arabia, 50 to 58%.
Yeah, that's what cousin means. I didn't get. Was that supposed to be a joke? Like, your aunts and uncles' children? Yeah, that's what cousin means.
With an average 76 IQ. Who would have thought it? UAE, 54%, 82 IQ. The crown jewel of the Arab world, you are more likely than not to be banging your first cousin. Iran, 40%, 80 IQ. Yemen, 45%, 62.9 IQ. Qatar, 30%, 80.8 IQ. Now, we're going to continue, right? Oman, 36%, 78. Syria, 39%, 74 IQ. Turkey, 25%, 86 IQ. Jordan, 32%, 80 IQ. Egypt, 32%, 76 IQ. It goes on and on and on, and it just never gets better. Next slide, please. Thank you. Compared to Christian countries, let's take a look. Usually less than 1%. Now, I wonder why Christians build better societies, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's keep going. We want to pull up the slide here.
So at this point, I'm thinking, okay, here's the cousin marriage argument, correlating high percentage of cousin marriage in a country with lower levels of IQ. Like, there's a correlation there, he argues. Okay, so what's the next argument? Like, what's the next data point? What's the next, aspect of Christianity that leads to better societies? Like, I wonder, in the rest of this opening, what else he's going to talk about. Turns out that was it. That's his whole argument.
Moving right along, as countries become more Christian, inbreeding declines. Right? We can see this from church intervention in Spain, 20 to 30% post-Reconquista. Catholic Church banned cousin marriages for commoners. Papal dispensations sold for royals. Italy, similar high rates in the medieval period. The church enforced bans over the century. France, high medieval. Canon law prohibited marriage within 4 degrees of relation. Modern Western Europe, it's not just the cultural norm, but let me tell you exactly how much of a cultural norm it is. Even in European nations where marrying your first cousin is legal, they don't do it because of the ecclesiology. Isn't that wild? Africa shows the more Christians and less Muslim the societies become, the better they do. Let's just take a look at Nigeria. Okay, we can go down the list here. 50% Nigeria, 20 to 30% first cousin marriage. Isn't that crazy? Now let's move right on down. You can see South Africa, Muslim 1.5%, very low on to negligible in the national prevalence of cousin. Whew. You can look at the list. It's pretty comprehensive. We can continue to go, right? The bottom 20 least productive sub-Saharan African countries. Wouldn't you know it? They're all Muslim. 99% Muslim in Somalia. Whew, very high. 60% first cousins. Anybody ever hear a joke about Somalian IQ? Let's look over at Niger. 99% Muslim. 60% cousin marriage. First cousin marriage. Let's take a look at Muslims. When we're taking a look at Malil, it's a 90% population, high cousin marriage. In other words, everywhere Islam goes, the IQ goes like this because they all are their cousins. Not joking. Go over to the next slide, please. I want to show you this is a famous case. These are called the rat people of Pakistan. It's a condition known as microphalics. I think I'm pronouncing that right. I have no idea. And it's caused by excessive inbreeding. When's the last time you went to a European country and saw that? You don't see it. Inbreed, yeah. Now, hang on. Next slide, please. As we continue, let's just take a look here at the casual link between cousin humping and low IQ.
Like, it's a Christian value, apparently, to laugh at people with, mental conditions, with congenital disorders. Like, it's apparently a Christian value to laugh at such people, laugh at children who have these kinds of disabilities. It's a great laugh. It's like shocking. It's shocking that like this is what Christianity has become. And this is the kind of behavior that you see from atheists, like the new atheist movement. People like Bill Maher or Richard Dawkins or Christopher Hitchens, they have like this arrogant attitude. Like if you're familiar with their debates and the way they talked about religion, they have this very arrogant, condescending attitude. We're so much smarter. We're so much better than you believing idiots who believe in God. And you have these kinds of backwards practices. We're just so much superior to you. Like it's dripping with that condescension and this arrogance, takabbur, that a religious person, a spiritual person finds revolting, finds very off-putting. And now the Christians have adopted like this style of debate or these values and are using them, have been using them against Muslims. So this is self-defeating of the Christians.
Basically, there's increased homozygosity, I think that's how it's pronounced, for deleterious recessive genes, and it is the strongest causal link for why the IQs are so low. Genetic risk. Inbreeding raises the chances of inheriting 2 copies of harmful recessive genes. Brain development impact. Harmful genes can impair neurodevelopment, reducing cognitive potential. IQ reduction evidence. First cousin offspring lose 3 to 4 points on average, and closer inbreeding can cause larger deficits. They've been at it for 1,400 years. Whew. Higher prevalence equals greater risk. Populations with widespread cousin marriage show more individuals with lower cognitive performance. Generational compounding over successful generations. Harmful genes accumulate. One of the big Muslim copes you'll hear from Daniel tonight. Well, it's only 1.5% for genetic problems for normal people who aren't having sex with their first cousin. Well, that's true. He says that it only doubles to 3%. That's very low. No, it compounds. See, if you hump your first cousin and then those kids hump their first cousin and their kids are et cetera, et cetera, et cetera down the line, guess what happens to your IQ? Guess what? You'll never guess. Anybody got a guess? It goes down. The negative consequences of a low IQ. 80 IQ versus 100 IQ person. Income 50 to 70% lower. Welfare dependency 4 to 6 times higher. Literacy less than 10% at less than 85 IQ. Obesity up almost 2 times, chronic disease up to almost 2.5 times, life expectancy less than 70 IQ or 75 IQ down 5 to 10 years. Why? Because, well, you might just look down the barrel of that shotgun when you're cleaning it. Moving over, arrests and incarcerations 3 to 8 times higher, violent offenses 4 to 6 times higher, teen pregnancy 3 times higher, child neglect and abuse 3 to 7 times higher, intergenerational poverty 4 to 6 times. Almost every study available shows that IQ entering the low 80s, Muslim countries, affects nearly every aspect of life in a negative way. Economic prospects, criminality, mental, physical health, happiness metrics, and both at the individual and societal level. In fact, study shows that when a country has a sub 90 IQ average, they find it difficult to have basic innovation, infrastructure, professional class, and other basic needs of a functional society. Is that sounding familiar yet? Now, here's
It's like shocking. It's shocking, like this kind of argument that IQ, it's just tied to every aspect of life. It's tied to every aspect of life. So whichever religion, whatever ideology promotes practices or norms that will increase that average IQ for society, that's going to be the ideology that we should adopt. This is why we should adopt Christianity. Like, how is this a Christian argument?
Here's the thing that's interesting. Modern societies don't require everyone to be a genius. Just look at me. But they do rely on a distribution of abilities, and you can see their roles below. 70 to 85, basic job, practical skills, routine labor. That's Islam. That's almost every Islamic nation, ladies and gentlemen, 70 to 85. Sometimes up to 2 standard deviations lower. Whew. 85 to 100 would be skilled labor administrative support, 100 to 115 professional middle management, 115 to 130 engineer, scientist, doctor, specialized roles, the things they desperately need that they get from us. 130 plus innovation, leadership, high level problem solving. Next slide, please. Inbreeding itself over generations causes massively compounds that lead to negative consequences. And you can see the risk curve there. You see how the genetic defects increase every single generation. Moving over, I just want to point this out on the last slide. Islam took an ethnic people that were at the heart of being the top of civilization, and through generations of Islam and inbreeding has turned them into the lowest IQ, some of the stupidest people on planet Earth. Literally. You think I'm being mean? I'm not. They're literally some of the stupidest people on planet Earth. Everywhere Islam goes, inbreeding increases and societies become worse. Where Christianity goes, inbreeding decreases, so societies do better in almost every material way. Let's just point out here, as I wrap this up. One second. So it's clear here that my argument summarized, though this isn't its entirety, is that Islam creates huge societies with large swaths of people with IQs so collectively low, they would be considered developmentally challenged, borderline retarded here in the West. Not kidding. Due to this side effect, force doctrine becomes the order of the day. Because the technological difference in capabilities of each people group is so vastly different, think Apollo mission compared to Starship Enterprise, Islam must literally bank on the benevolence of Christians to not wipe them off the face of planet Earth. They are basically, the feminists of the East, totally reliant on the goodwill and benevolence of global Christianity, not to just not exterminate them. Okay? And take their resources, always appealing to the mightier force for their existence and the benevolence of that very people group who Daniel today is arguing doesn't make better societies, which is a laughable proposition. Even absent the degeneracy of a people group must be able to competently defend itself or bank on the benevolence of the people group, which can. And almost everybody is going to prefer the society that can. Imagine the irony here of arguing against the very Christians you find inadequate morally, yet bank on their...
Like, look at the inversion also. Like, when it comes to Christianity is supposed to be the religion of the meek. Like, Christianity is the religion of Jesus, who, according to them, was being oppressed by the Romans, by the Pharisees. He was eventually crucified, very brutally tortured, and then crucified and killed, and then resurrected. And then all his followers, for all of early Christian history, have been subject to torture and brutal martyrdom because Christians have been weak. Christians have been persecuted. And it doesn't matter because the kingdom of God is the kingdom of heaven. It's not going to be on earth. Christ is king in heaven. And on earth, the Christians are meek. They are going to be trampled, but they are operating on a higher spiritual plane because they turn the other cheek. They don't need to dominate. They don't need to be the powerful force that's going to annihilate their opponents whenever they deem fit. So that entire cosmology of Christianity he's inverting that, and he's saying that, yeah, we're the big boys, we're the big guns, we're just smarter and more powerful than you, and we can wipe you out whenever we want. And the fact that we don't, that means we're just better than you. Like, we're just superior. So, is this really conforming to the cosmology of Christian ethics, or like the hierarchy of status and power within the world versus the hereafter? I don't think so, but what do I know? What do I know about Christianity?
Moral benevolence to not wipe your low IQ asses off the face of planet Earth.
Thank you. Yeah, that was Jesus' message. Like, follow me, Jesus Christ, you know, not you meek people. I don't want the meek. I don't want the poor. I want the badasses. We want to have a powerful, high IQ army so that we can wipe you off the face of the effing earth. Anyone who opposes us. Like, that's pretty much literally what is coming out of Jesus's mouth in the New Testament. You know, that's also what Paul is saying, and what Jesus is saying. This is what's quoted in the Bible, in the New Testament. That's what Andrew is spreading. That's the gospel. He's spreading the gospel of wiping you off the face of the effing earth. Look at these seals clapping. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Is this like a religion debate, or is it like a NASCAR rally? Is this like a NASCAR rally? Are we watching a baseball game? This is sports ball? Why are you cheering like this at such a point? At such a perversion of your religion? Yeah! Go America, go! Like, this is
Thank you very much for that opening as well. I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6, as they all below. We are going to jump into the 5-minute rebuttals. Just a quick reminder, folks, please be sure you're...
All right, before we go to the rest of the debate, I want to see your reactions. I want to address some of these super chats. If you want to talk about Andrew's opening, feel free to put in a super chat now. So I'll read it now instead of waiting too long. Okay. MEF Rim says, Daniel, you were fighting against numerous Muslim haters there from seen and unseen. You tried to introduce real moral value into debate, but they mocked Islam on some unrelated facts. Yes, I agree. Ode Gary says that guy debated like a soy-based 4chaner. He was soy and he was based, maybe. Muhammad says, do these Christians not realize their deen always reforms and evolves to the current feelings and morality of society? Very good point. Last Word says, Numbers 36, verses 6 through 11. So Zelophehad's daughters did as the Lord commanded Moses. Zelophehad's daughters married their cousins on their father's side. Does Andrew think God is commanding low IQ degeneracy? LOL. Very good point. Yeah, the Old Testament has these figures who are marrying their cousins. Apparently, Andrew did not recognize that. Guy Brucker, thank you for your super chat. Okay, Ahmad says, funny how he mentioned that Islam destroyed the civilizations it conquered. Does he know the Magians in the Persian Empire were known for incest marriage? Weren't they known for their rich culture? Yeah, the Persians, the Majusis, the Zoroastrians have like the worst example, because they according to Zoroastrianism, a son marrying his mother is like the most holy practice in their religion. So, and the father marrying his daughter, also very holy practice in Zoroastrianism. So Islam came and eliminated that degeneracy. IQ is subjective and genes aren't the only factor, says Dr. Holiday. No, IQ is an objective measure of a certain type of intelligence. There are many types of intelligence. There's emotional intelligence. There's literary intelligence, artistic intelligence, verbal intelligence. There's many different types of intelligence. IQ, as is conventionally understood, is a measure of a specific type of intelligence, which is pattern recognition, logical relations, and maybe some math. So IQ, the IQ test, is a real thing. It is not subjective. Yeah, depending on what kind of test, the numbers might vary in terms of a score a person gets. A person might take an IQ test. One particular IQ test can score like 100, and then take another IQ test can score 115. So there is variability in IQ score, but is IQ testing latching on to an aspect of human cognition? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And there are differences that you can track across countries. There are differences that you can track across religions. There are differences that you can track across races. You are not doing yourself or Muslims any favors by denying this, kind of IQ science, because it's very robust. The data is very robust. And the only people who deny this are libtards who are denying it on the basis of there's a massive censorship blanket over any research into this. So the research that has been done is usually decades old before this kind of censorship came into place because of politically correct reasons. And there's all this material, debunking IQ science. Like, it hasn't been debunked. It hasn't been debunked at all. This is a reality. So stop coping about this. You are only coping about it because you have internalized this idea that IQ is so important and being able to do math and science is so important to the human race. You've internalized that, and now you are victim to that. You are a victim because the science says that Muslim countries are lower IQ. That is a fact. That is a fact. And there are many reasons why this is the case. And what's interesting, and this is what I want to talk about in this stream, and I've talked about it in previous streams, my students, the ones who have studied with me closely, they're more familiar with this material because I've taught it to them through Alesna Institute. Alesna is my online learning platform. Look at the research within modern psychology on Western psychology versus non-Western psychology. Western psychology is very different. The Western mind, the way that Westerners think, is very different in significant ways in terms of morality, in terms of belief in God, in terms of social function, and how you deal with other members of society versus members of your family. The Western mind is very different. Their psychology is very different from non-Westerners. And so in the field of psychology and anthropology and intellectual history, they're trying to figure out, why is this the case? Why do Westerners have something called weird? Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic. Weird psychology. Why did that psychology arise in the West? Why did the Western mind evolve like that in the West? And that didn't evolve in other places in the world, in the non-West, in the Muslim world, for example, or the East Asian world. And this is because weird psychology actually produces more technology, inventions, mathematical, empirical science. That's the scientific revolution, which happened in Europe. That produces the Industrial Revolution, which happened in Europe before it happened anywhere else. Why? What is the reason? It has to do with weird psychology. So what causes weird psychology? It seems that it's biological, partly biological, but there's also a sociological factor, social evolution, certain practices. And then one of the big factors pointed to by Joseph Heinrich, Harvard anthropologist, and I don't think that Andrew Wilson is aware of this research, because if he were, maybe he would have cited it. But Joseph Heinrich's argument actually is that the reason that the West developed science and industrialized before anyone else, it actually does have to do with cousin marriage. It actually does have to do with cousin marriage. And it's not as simplistic as an argument as Andrew Wilson made, but what Joseph Heinrich says is that, and he has this thick book, The Weirdest People in the World, and you should read it. It's like a series of books. The first was The Secret of Our Success, The Secret of Western Success, Economic Progress. What's the secret? That's the first book. And then the second is The Weirdest People in the World. And that's the more substantive, thicker book where he really brings this whole thesis together. And he says the thing that really triggered the West to move along this different path from the rest of the world, you'll never guess. You'll never guess what it was. It was banning cousin marriage. It was banning cousin marriage and banning polygamy. A man having multiple wives. These two things set the West down a path, this trajectory of social evolution that increased IQ after 500 years, 600 years, that led to the Reformation, that led to the Enlightenment, that led to the scientific revolution. All of these moral and scientific values, all these changes, these revolutionary changes, it actually originates from banning cousin marriage by the church. Around the 4th and 5th centuries. So interesting, right? It's very interesting. And this is like robust research. Joseph Heinrich himself, I believe he's Jewish. But he's making a very interesting argument. And he justifies, he gives a causal chain, like what causally happened. And he points out that when you ban cousin marriage, because being able to marry your cousin actually is how to make your family stronger. It makes the family unit stronger. It makes the family unit more cohesive because you're keeping wealth within your family, within your close family, and you can therefore rely more on your family for things that you need for survival, for resources. You're going to be more close-knit. And then your family will be stable enough so that it can expand, like you can have more family members. And then also, if you're practicing polygamy and a man can have multiple wives, you're going to have very big, strong, robust family networks. These kinship networks are going to be very strong within society. And your family is going to be your society is going to be a kinship-based society. That's going to be the building blocks of your society. And that has been the norm for all of these cultures, all of these cultures throughout history. But then the church comes along and the church says, actually, this is incest. It's not in the Bible. It's not Jesus that's banning cousin marriage. But we're going to do it. We're going to do it. We're going to ban, and as Andrew mentioned, we're going to give dispensations for the royals. But generally, we're going to consider cousin marriage to be incest to the fourth cousin. And in some churches, it was even to the seventh cousin. Even your seventh cousin, you can't marry, otherwise that's incest. You're going to be excommunicated from the church. So what does this one doctrine do to European society? Well, over the decades, centuries, what happens are that family sizes get smaller and smaller and smaller. And no longer do you have these robust kinship networks. You increasingly have to rely for your needs. You have to rely on non-family. You have to rely on people who are not actually related to you. And that level of trust that develops allows European societies to create bureaucracies or larger institutions, state institutions and networks. And those institutions can bring the resources needed for things like scientific research. And then so this is like a snowball effect that eventually leads to the scientific revolution. But there's a payoff. The payoff is that you're increasing the IQ, you're increasing people's weird psychology. Okay, so it's not just IQ, it's other values as well that are being heightened. Your whole morality becomes one based on freedom, inequality, and kindness. That becomes the basis of your morality. Whereas human morality is more expansive than just being nice to other people and making sure everything is fair. There's other moral foundations, like respect for authority, like preference for your in-group, abiding and respecting what is sacred, avoiding what is taboo. Like human moral psychology is much more expansive than just being fair and kind. But you see those who have the weird psychology, the Western psychology, they prioritize fairness and kindness and not harming others above everything else. So is it a surprise that liberalism, which says that we have to maximize freedom and equality, and the most important principle is the harm principle, do no harm, these things are the end-all be-all of morality, is it a surprise that that liberal system arises in the West? No, it's coming from a weird psychology. It's coming from the weird psychology, from the higher IQ. The higher IQ means what? Like you have more critical reasoning skills, you are more empirically driven, you have more mathematical skills. But there's a cost to that. There's a cost. You're going to have more doubts about God. You're going to have more doubts about something like homosexuality is wrong. Like you as a higher IQ person are going to be less likely to reject homosexuality. Why? Well, what is the harm if it's two consenting adults? Who's actually being harmed here? It seems like you're actually increasing your pleasure. If two homosexuals get together, like what's wrong with that? The non-Western, non-weird psychology immediately recognizes, no, this is disgusting. This is perverse, and rejects it. Remember the graphic that I showed, the chart where the acceptance of homosexuality was much higher in the Christian countries because the Christians are more easily secularized. So anyway, this is like a big topic, and it's all like all of these connections are there. And, you know, I would have to dedicate a whole course to going through all of the details, but I'm just giving you like a bird's eye view. So yeah, you're getting the high IQ, you're getting the scientific revolution, but you're also getting atheism. You're also getting more critical thinking, but critical thinking means you're going to be more likely to reject God. You're going to be more likely to reject revelation. You're going to be more likely to reject traditional values. You're going to be more likely to adopt a kind of liberal maximalism, where you have to maximize individual pleasure, individual liberty, and equality. You're more likely to accept that, which destroys society, which leads to the dystopia in which we live. So you have to have both. You have to have, okay, high IQ, that has some pros, that has some good aspects, but it also comes with dystopia. So which one's ultimately better? That's the type of analysis that we should do, instead of this kind of idiotic knee-jerk reaction like, no, IQ is subjective. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? When you say that, you make Muslims look really dumb. Like, you're not defending Islam when you say that. You're just buying into their standard. So look at this fool. The golden age of Islam was because of IQ, says Casper. What? What? Are you a Muslim? Is this a Muslim saying this? The golden age of our religion was because of IQ? We had high IQ and therefore we had a golden age? IQ today, by the way, the Muslim IQ is way higher than it was in, you know, these periods of Islamic history. Like if you were talking about like the late Abbasid period, like the Muslim IQ is higher now. And what is our state? What is our situation economically or in terms of technological progress? But putting that aside, you think that our golden age was due to IQ, not because of faith in Islam, not because of devotion to Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, following the Quran and the Sunnah, abiding by the values like heightened iman, taqwa of Allah. Like, what verse in the Quran says that if you want to be successful in this life and the next, make sure to maximize IQ? Is that coming from a hadith? Is that coming from a verse of the Quran that you're extrapolating? Maybe it doesn't say IQ explicitly, but it says intelligence or something that you're extrapolating. So Muslims like this, you are mentally defeated. You are mentally colonized because you've adopted a standard that is not actually Islamic. You're no better than Andrew Wilson. Just as bad as Andrew Wilson is in representing his faith, and his church and his Bible, you're the analog of that for Muslims. When you say that, oh, our golden age was because we had high IQ and we had so much science and technology. We had so much advancements in medicine and optics. That was our golden age. I go by what the Prophet ﷺ taught. And he said that our golden age was the first generations. The generation of the Sahaba, and then the generation of the Tabi'in, and the Atba' Tabi'in. That was our golden age, the first 3 generations. That's based on the words of the Prophet ﷺ, based on revelation. That's what I take as my standard. You have a different standard? You have IQ? You want to accept what Richard Dawkins says is the end-all be-all of human advancement and what will bring the golden age? Okay, you follow Richard Dawkins. I'm going to follow the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. Malik says, Assalamu alaikum, Daniel. We want to invite you in Italy to give lecture in university and masajid. Could you please tell me how to reach you? Jazakallah khair wa yakum. Yeah, there's a email message option. Should be in the channel description. Sometimes it takes a while for me to get back, but I'll try to look for any messages. Muhammad says, Muslims need to be educated and unapologetic, which requires the capacity to confront. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate it. Amr says, huge fan. Honestly, I thought about his question before because we as Muslims say that the Quran is a book of guidance on everything. So why aren't there any guidelines to avoid harm to offspring? Yeah, there are guidelines to hurt your offspring. Like, for example, raise your children to be believers. Raise your children to accept La ilaha illallah. If you want to avoid the ultimate harm coming to your children, raise them as Muslims. Okay. When it comes to genetic problems, biological problems, again, like he's exaggerating. Andrew Wilson is exaggerating the level of harm. The way that he's describing it, you think that you go to a Muslim country and people are, at mental disability levels. So this is an exaggeration that he's giving. But the fact that there are children that are born with these developmental problems or congenital problems, that's a test from Allah. And there's no way that you can address that unless you want to adopt like genetic engineering and begin like a kind of eugenics program. That's what his argument actually leads to. And this is what I was pointing out, as we'll get to later in the debate. He's like basically advocating for transhumanism and eugenics. And so if the Quran doesn't teach you eugenics, that means Islam is not teaching you how to prevent harm from your offspring. Unfortunately, like you got to get out of the mental colonization. Athanasius says, Salam Daniel, wa alaikum salam. Why don't you debate Christians on hijab and Europe supremacy? Yafith prophecy. Modern Christians reject this universal tradition with no answer. I'm not sure what that prophecy is. Your accusation to Andrew goes even more for your support of classical Islamic law in public. Topless non-Muslim slaves, Shafi, parent-child incest. What? Yeah, this is just a troll. Like, what are you even talking about? If these are things that are in classical Islamic law, you should have told that to Andrew so he could have brought it up. He could have brought it up maybe instead of arguing for IQ. But he didn't. So, yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, slavery. I've addressed slavery how many times? You want to talk about topless slaves? Yeah, we can talk about topless slaves. Like, this is a gotcha. Oh, in Islam, you have slavery. Oh. Then you point out to Christians, yeah, but your Bible also condones slavery, actually. And you have a robust tradition of slavery within the Christian West, justified on the basis of the Bible. So the founding fathers were slave owners. So then oh no, but your slavery was you had topless slaves. Oh, topless slaves. That's nothing like what we had in Christianity. Like, what? What are you talking about? Like, your slaves, okay? You had sex slaves that Thomas Jefferson had. Like, most of Thomas Jefferson's children, one of the founding fathers, the third president of the United States, most of his children were from slaves, actually. So that's not, we're not even talking about 1,000 years ago. We're talking about like 250 years ago. That's your beloved founding fathers, first of all. And then you can also talk about, any of these monarchs, Christian monarchs within Europe. But yeah, they bring up this specific practice, like, oh, but the slaves, the slaves that are being sold on the slave market, some of them were topless. They're topless. That shows something, apparently. This is not a difficult issue to deal with. Like, if you're buying a slave, like, okay, the practice of slavery, this is something that we find in Christianity. We find it throughout history of society, civilization. Okay, it's not just the Islamic practice. And when you want to buy a slave, you have to examine the slave to make sure that the slave is not suffering from a health problem. Okay, they didn't have a clinic with a doctor to go and do a medical examination. You have to do the medical examination, and you have to inspect the slave to make sure that the slave is not suffering from some kind of disease. That is the fiqh. That is Islamic law. There you go. This is a problem. Okay, if you have a problem with slavery, okay, let's have a debate on slavery. I've debated Christians on this. I've debated Jews. I've debated atheists, and I've convinced all of them. They've all conceded that, yeah, actually, that makes a lot of sense. Go to the channel. I posted a video where I'm debating a Christian, a Jew, and an atheist separately on separate occasions on slavery, and they, at the end of it, are like, "Oh, okay, I guess, oh, yeah." That was their response. So, okay, fine. Once we accept that there is a basis for slavery in society, especially in these pre-industrialized societies that we see in the Muslim world, in the Christian world, wherever, in Africa and Asia, then when it comes to slavery, when it comes to actually buying slaves, you have to do a medical examination. You have to know what kind of goods you're purchasing. Simple as. So this is, yeah, show me the verse of the Bible that condemns slavery, and then I'll take you Christians seriously. No. Thank you for your super chat, Abdullah. Null Signal says, I don't have a rat in the race, but I felt peace reading the Quran at my lowest ebb. I'm an agnostic. I've read the Buddha's sutras and Christ's New Testament. I believe the West has degenerated, so I keep to my Dhamma. Okay, thanks for sharing. Asad Qazi says, you won, but should have argued more aggressively that Christianity also allows cousin marriage. He dodged your points on that, so better to have persisted on it. I think I did persist on that. Literally the whole open dialogue was about cousin marriage and how the Bible does not prohibit it. Would you throw hands with Andrew Wilson? Everything has to resort to violence, doesn't it? This is. Are you a Muslim? Siege Clan 34. No, I'm a man of peace. I resolve conflict with words. Words and argumentation, reason, these higher values of reason and enlightenment. That's how I solve my conflicts. Also, why did you concede his Muslim IQ claim? Because it's true. Okay? Because it's true. That's why. You can cope about it, but yes, in Muslim societies, the IQ is on average lower. Because Christian societies include all these secularized countries, European countries. Their IQ is higher as measured. The people who are doing these measurements, by the way, aren't like some anti-Muslim groups or Christians. They're atheists. Can you read my comment? YouTube won't allow me to send it. Okay, I just did. If that type of marriage is non-conducive to IQ, then why does the special tribe have such high IQ? YouTube literally won't let me say their name. Yeah, so you're talking about Ashkenazi Jews, because it's cousin marriage isn't the only factor. There are many other factors. Inbreeding actually can preserve your IQ at a high level, and that's the point I made in the debate. Like, if you want to maintain high IQ, and you're one of these, like the Chinese, for example. Let's just talk about the Chinese. YouTube maybe won't censor that. The Chinese have a higher average IQ than other races. If they start mixing with other races, their IQ is going to go lower. It's going to get lower. They can maintain a high IQ by just marrying amongst Han Chinese. But if you're an IQ fetishist and IQ is the end-all, be-all of everything, then the Chinese won't interbreed. But a lot of people, they find value in other cultures. They find value in other races. They enjoy, they're attracted to other races, and they want to marry into other races. They actually like that. They love that. And they'd say, I don't care about 5 IQ difference with my children. 5 IQ points. It's not really a big deal to me. Because they're not IQ fetishists. Tayyeba says, I was quite excited to see this debate. Daniel opening was so good, but Andrew's in comparison was so shallow and not even related to religion. Glad you enjoyed it. So according to Andrew, China is superior in race and religion since they're doing so well currently from a dunya perspective. Yeah, these are the contradictions that he couldn't really cope with. Tayyeba says, it was tragic to see that Andrew prepared for a different topic completely. It seemed there was no Islam versus Christianity. Agree. I addressed this in a previous episode. I just started year 12 and would like your advice on how to ace it, as I assume you did. Also, have you noticed how more sisters are wearing hijab, which expose their necks and no one cares? I addressed this in a previous episode. Thank you for your super chat, though. Dawa Trucker, thank you for your super chat. Brother Bobby's perspective made a reaction of your debate and quoted those Bible verses. Do a live with him. It'll be worth it. I guarantee it. Yeah, maybe we can talk. Okay. All right. So there's a lot of super chats. I'm going to read them after we do more coverage of the debate. Give me 1 second. So I also want to lay out the arguments, that we presented. And I pointed this out. Okay, this is Andrew's argument. I put it in premise conclusion form. Premise 1, religions that promote norms that lead to higher IQ are better for society than religions that don't. That's premise 1. Premise 2, Christianity promotes such norms by prohibiting cousin marriage, whereas Islam doesn't. Conclusion, therefore, Christianity is better for society than Islam. This is a logically valid argument. It's valid because the conclusion necessarily follows from the premises, okay? Study logic, that's what a valid argument is. But just because a valid argument is valid doesn't mean that it's sound. It doesn't mean that it's a true argument. The way to tell if a valid argument is actually true, is sound, is to check the premises. Are all the premises true? Is premise 1 true? Is premise 2 true? If they are true, then the argument is sound and it's a true argument. But as we'll see, the premises are not true because we're going to challenge this premise. Religions that promote norms that lead to higher IQ are better for society than religions that don't. This is the questionable premise. I conceded, as we go through this open dialogue, I'll concede this. Christianity, okay, fine. Christianity promotes norms that lead to higher IQ. I'll concede that. Just for the sake of argument, I'll concede that. I'll steel man your position and say, okay, fine. Even though, we can look at different sets of data, we can maybe quibble about the details, the nuances, but for the sake of simplicity, I will concede premise 2. Okay? That Christianity is promoting norms that lead to higher IQ. Even though when you look at these other Christian countries in Latin America, Sub-Saharan Africa, etc., they have IQs comparable to Muslims. Okay, but even if we concede that Christianity is the secret sauce that leads to higher IQ, does that necessarily mean that society is going to be better? That's the main premise that I'm going to challenge. My argument is similar structure but slightly different. Religions that promote norms that are more successfully lead to stronger belief in God, stronger marriages, stronger families, stronger communities are better for society than religions that are not as successful. Premise 2, Islam promotes such norms that are more successfully lead to these things compared to Christianity. Conclusion, therefore, Islam is better for society than Christianity. It's also a deductively valid argument. It's a valid argument, but is it a sound argument? Is it a true argument? I think premise 1 is very reasonable. It's something that a Christian should accept. Yeah, the religion that's going to lead to better belief in God, better marriages, better families, better nations in terms of communal strength, like cohesion. Yeah, that's going to be better for society. I think a Christian would accept premise 1. Premise 2, okay, that's going to be the contentious premise for the Christians, but I brought all of the data. I brought all those stats connecting to each one of the points in premise 1. So that premise is also going to be considered true. It's also a very strong premise supported by a lot of data that I presented. So the argument is not only valid, it is true. It's a true, sound, valid argument. So just on the basis of the argument, I have a stronger argument because my premises are better supported and they're less questionable. Whereas his first premise already off the bat is questionable, and it's not even clear why a Muslim should accept this, why a Christian should accept this. Like, why is IQ so critical for better society as a believer in God? Why is that premise coming from the Bible? Is this premise coming from the Bible? Is it coming from some kind of Christian doctrine, some church doctrine, maybe from the early church fathers? Like, is the Holy Ghost inspiring Andrew with this? Like, what is the source of this premise? You just took it from atheism. That's the source of the premise, not divine revelation. So already your argument is on questionable grounds, even by a Christian standard. So, let alone like being able to actually justify that premise 1, let alone premise 2. Even if I concede premise 2, you're still going to be on questionable ground. So that's, like, in a nutshell, this is why he lost this debate. Okay, let's go into the open dialogue now, and I want to point out that many Christians are saying that Andrew Wilson was buried in this debate, and surprisingly, even Sam Shamoun, the man that we've been talking about, the Christian apologist that we've been talking about on this channel, he hates my guts. He calls me the whore of Satan. Even Sam Shamoun says that I won this debate and that I, quote, buried Andrew Wilson. So I'm gonna play what Sam Shamoun says because I think it's interesting, because Sam Shamoun agrees with me on this debate. So let's just get into some of the open dialogue first, and then I'll show you what Sam Shamoun says.
Phones are on silent, and also please do refrain from recording or streaming any footage other than if it's TikTok length, that's fine. But we're going to kick it into 5-minute rebuttals. First with Daniel, the floor is all yours.
So this falls exactly into what I predicted. You argued like a libtard. This falls into exactly what I predicted. You argued like a libtard. How? You're saying that success is on the basis of IQ. Well, how are you going to argue tomorrow when you debate with an atheist that Christian IQ is higher than secular atheist IQ? In fact, the atheist IQ is much higher than Christian IQ. So your entire standard for judging Islam applies just as much to Christianity. And tomorrow when you're debating the atheist, you'll have to concede that your Christian religion is associated or correlated with lower IQ. Therefore, atheism or secularism is better for society because it raises IQ. This is...
Why making these facial expressions? Like, am I speaking a different language? Like, are you not able to follow these points, Andrew? Like, I'm watching it now. I wasn't looking at his face while I was talking in the debate. because we're not actually standing side by side. Like our podiums are actually maybe about 10 feet, 12 feet apart in front of this audience. And you can see the height difference. Like the camera is making us appear like he's maybe even taller than me, but I'm actually like half a foot taller than he is. And I couldn't see his face. So he's like making all these facial expressions. Like, am I speaking a different language? I'm speaking like Chinese or Russian that you're not understanding. It's a very simple point. And it's attacking like that first premise. The first premise is that, okay, fine. Even if, like, let's just accept your first premise. Like, let's just accept this first premise. Religions that promote, like, instead of religion, say ideologies that promote. Norms that lead to higher IQ are better for society than ideologies that don't. Like, if you change that, then, okay, I'm conceding everything. Like, that's I can't steel man Andrew Wilson's argument any more than this. I say, I accept everything. I accept your premise 1. I accept your premise 2. Okay, let's just say that the conclusion follows that Christianity is better than Islam. Guess what? You're gonna get smacked around tomorrow and absolutely curb stomped tomorrow when the atheist says that, hey, Andrew, I also accept your first premise that ideologies that promote norms that lead to higher IQ are better for society. Guess what? Atheism promotes higher IQ. Atheism is empirically correlated with higher IQ. And it's a causal connection. The more secular education that you have is going to lead to a higher IQ, and that leads to more atheism. It leads to more atheism. And you can kind of understand why that's the case, because higher IQ, again, is associated with being more empirical, being more logical, more critical thinking. And when you have critical thinking, you start to be skeptical of God. God is not an empirical reality. We can't do a scientific experiment to prove that God exists. We can't point the telescope into space to see God. God is something that's unempirical. Therefore, the higher IQ mind is more skeptical of God existing. If you want to know like the dynamic in terms of cognitive science, go watch Genius of Islam episode 2, where I lay out the scientific research on this. Like the trade-off between a higher IQ, critical thinking based cognition versus a lower IQ, more intuitive basis for thinking. Belief in God is more intuitive. It's a more intuitive truth is belief in God. Critical thinking is opposed to belief in God in a kind of, when it comes to standard IQ, around 100 to 150 IQ. So this is the line of attack that the atheists can take against Christianity. They say that, well, I'm glad that you are conceding this, Christians, because atheism is what leads to the highest IQ. It's correlated with the highest IQ over Christianity or Islam or Hinduism. Okay.
So that's one point. Point number 2, where in the Bible does it restrict cousin marriage? This, as you acknowledged, is a later papal decree. It was not a part of Jesus' teachings. Jesus didn't come out and say, hey, if you want to have a successful society...
In the audience, I do want to ask you to keep it down so we can hear the speaker.
So I don't understand why Andrew is laughing at this point and why the Christians are laughing about this point. Like, I was confused. Why is the audience laughing when I say that the Bible does not prohibit cousin marriage? Is it because they think that the Bible does prohibit cousin marriage? In which case, they're ignorant of their own Bible. And I'll bring Sam Shamoun to confirm what I'm saying. Okay, your go-to apologist, your biblical expert. Or are they laughing because they actually don't care about what the Bible says? They're laughing because they believe that cousin marriage is so disgusting, and it doesn't actually matter what the Bible has to say about that topic. Like, who cares if the Bible prohibits it? Like, our morality is not even based on the Bible. And what a colloquial idea. Like what a cute little idea to think that we would base our morality on what the Bible says. And so they're laughing at that, like he's pointing to the Bible. He's citing the Bible. What an idiot. What a goof. Like, is that why they're laughing? Like, I don't understand the laughter. I'm trying to get into the heads of these Christians. I can't understand it.
Jesus didn't say, oh, hey, if you want success and you want to have a prosperous society, you shouldn't marry your cousin. Jesus never had this apparently essential Christian teaching that is the key to success on earth. That's your whole argument against Islam, and it's found nowhere in Jesus' teachings. It's found nowhere in the early church fathers' teachings. This is something that came later. And also, when it was decreed that cousin marriage is considered to be incest, it wasn't on the basis of IQ. This is something that you have adopted from who? From atheists, from secularists, from those who are doing secular science to discover these medical problems or IQ levels. So your entire standard for judging Islam is not a Christian standard, it's not a biblical standard, it's not an Orthodox church standard. This is coming only from atheists, from atheistic science. Second of all,
I don't know why my hands are so white in this. It's like strange. I was shocked when I saw the footage. Like, why are my hands so white? And the room was, like, to give you a sense of the environment, it was like very hot. I don't know why they turned off the air conditioning or something. And I'm wearing like my thobe. I'm wearing a jacket. I have this like goofy. It's like it's very hot. So my face is getting red. And my hand is just like no blood in my hand. Like, what is going on? And it's both hands. Like, look, my hand. Is there a difference between my hand color and my face color? I guess maybe a little bit here, even here. Am I not getting enough circulation in my hands? What's going on? But I was just shocked. Like, why is my hand so white? It's some kind of, maybe because I'm holding the mic. Like, so I'm holding, like, I'm kind of stuck like this for minutes at a time, and I'm not noticing that. Like, after the debate, my hands get a little bit stiff because I'm holding the mic, and just weird. And this was a debate. This was a standing debate. I don't know why they wanted to stand. Okay, I'll stand for the debate. Like, that's the way the cameras were set up. They had chairs too, but it's kind of awkward to sit at a podium because my face was gonna get, or most of my face is gonna get covered by my laptop. If I didn't have a laptop, he just had like a tablet. Maybe I would have sat down, but. So there's like 2 hours, and the debate started late. So before the debating even started, it was like 30 minutes of standing. So it's kind of like a marathon. You have to be physically fit to do these debates. You have to train, you know. You got to do a lot of this, Rocky running through the streets of Philadelphia, Eye of the Tiger. Like, that's what you got to do to train for debates. Got to be in top physical shape.
If IQ is such end-all be-all, Christian societies, if you bring up a country list of countries by IQ, many Christian countries are on the bottom there. I don't know if you consider them to be true Christians because they're not white, but they're also at 80 IQ, 70 IQ. Look at sub-Saharan Africa, look at Latin America, look at the Philippines. It's also comparable with Muslim countries. Do you consider them to be Christians or not? Also, go back to the Middle Ages. IQ was much lower in the Middle Ages in Christian societies. Why that has changed is because of the Flynn effect. IQ has increased globally across the world because of the Flynn effect. So if you have a problem, again, with lower IQ, look at medieval or middle-age Christian societies. And
so these are all counterexamples that go to the first and second premise. Like, I'm just questioning the first and second premise. Like, if it's really Christianity that is promoting the higher IQ, well, you have many Christian countries that they have the same IQ as Muslim countries, and you can look at Christian history. In Christian history, there was much lower IQ as well that are comparable or even lower than Muslim countries today. So, like, these are such easy, obvious points. Like, I wasted so much time preparing for this debate. I guess I'm kind of annoyed by that. Like, I spent so much time to prepare for this debate, and I'm just responding off the top of my head. Like, I'm responding to his whole argument off the top of my head on the basis of just knowledge I have about IQ. Like, if he wanted, like, this is the thing about Andrew Wilson. because as I watched in preparation for this debate, I watched his stuff. And Andrew Wilson is a conceptual debater. I'll explain to you what that means. Andrew Wilson likes to focus on one conceptual argument and push that for an entire debate. When he debates atheists and when he debates feminists, he focuses on one conceptual point, one conceptual argument. And he really banks on the fact that his opponent is not going to anticipate that conceptual argument. And therefore is going to be surprised by it, and therefore is not going to be responding properly to it. His opponent is going to be flustered. His opponent is going to be on the back foot. And all he has to do is continue to hammer that argument, hammer the talking points, the one or two talking points that are connected to that one conceptual argument. This is the way that Andrew Wilson debates. And it's a good way to debate. It's an effective way to debate because it makes it easy for the audience to grasp like what you're saying. Audiences can't necessarily follow a complex argument, like a multi-stage argument with a lot of data, a lot of points. Like it requires more work to appreciate a more sophisticated academic argument. So Andrew Wilson avoids that. Andrew Wilson avoids it by having just one concept, one argument, and just hammering that home, and then relying on a lot of rhetoric, relying on jokes, quips, like taking shots at the opponent. That's what he relies on, and it's effective. Like it's very effective. But where that efficacy breaks down is if your opponent is not surprised by the argument, or is well educated enough or trained enough in the points that you're bringing that they can respond to it, that they can respond and bring counterexamples, break down your argument, say why it doesn't work, why the conceptual point that you're making is actually flawed. If the opponent is like that, then you're screwed because you put all your eggs in that one basket, in that one conceptual argument. You're absolutely screwed if your opponent is able to point out those kinds of flaws. Sometimes, and that's exactly what happened in this debate, and that's why it was like a walk in the park. It was very easy, just off the top of my head, to point out not one, not two, not three, not four, a dozen different flaws with his argument. And so he completely miscalculated. I don't know how. Did he not consult with anyone? Like he should have run this by some other people who are not in his echo chamber to get some critical feedback, because I'm sure another Christian would have pointed out that, well, have you considered this rebuttal? Have you considered this counterexample? I don't think he did much of that testing with people who could have pushed back. But usually that conceptual approach, I like to use that sometimes. I like to take sometimes I use a conceptual approach. Sometimes I use a more detailed, sophisticated argument approach. I'll give you an example. When I debated David Wood, if you remember earlier this summer, I debated David Wood on which religion respects Jesus more, Islam or Christianity. And in that debate, I had two options. Initially, I was thinking about doing a more sophisticated, going into a biblical analysis, let's look at these passages in the New Testament. Let's look at some of these church doctrines. Let's give a multifaceted argument, looking at Jesus in the Christian tradition versus the Islamic tradition. That was option one. Option two was what I ultimately went with, which is the conceptual argument. A very simple conceptual argument. Because you have the one religion in the world that hates Jesus Christ is Judaism. Judaism is the one religion in the world that hates Jesus Christ and thinks that Jesus Christ was a pagan who is boiling in a vat of feces in hell. And his mother was a harlot, etc., etc. There is only one religion in the world that hates Jesus, and that's Judaism. So which religion actually condemns Judaism more? And then which religion actually honors Judaism and considers Judaism to be the religion of the chosen people of God, that there's a covenant with them? Which religion actually honors the people who believe that Jesus is in a vat of feces boiling in the hellfire? That's a conceptual point. It's like a very simple conceptual point, and obviously Islam is the one who does not respect Judaism and does not consider Jews to be the chosen people of God, and therefore, by that very simple argument, Islam better respects Jesus. Ultimately, so I was testing this argument, like both versions of the argument with different people, and some people were saying that no, you should go with the more sophisticated, detailed, intricate argument. Look at the Bible, look at these different Christian sources, do that analysis. And I said, no, actually, I think in this case, it'll be more advantageous to me to go with the conceptual argument. And the main reason for that is David Wood, my opponent, is not going to anticipate it. He's not going to expect it. And he, by the way, he's deeply uncomfortable with talking about his masters. He's deeply uncomfortable with talking about his financiers. So he's going to be sitting there completely dumbfounded and unable to actually strongly oppose my points because of the pressure that he's under because of his financiers, these Zionists that are giving him all expenses paid tours to Tel Aviv and Jerusalem. So strategically, I knew that one, he was going to be surprised, and two, this is going to be, an area that he's going to be deeply uncomfortable in engaging, as opposed to talking about the Bible and the New Testament. He's more well informed about the New Testament. He's going to bring all kinds of hermeneutical gymnastics to claim that whatever verses that I point to that are disrespectful for Jesus, no, I've interpreted them the wrong way, blah, blah, blah. Like, he might not be able to beat me completely on the exegesis, but to a Christian audience, it's going to be more compelling. David's arguments are going to be more compelling than a Muslim trying to do biblical exegesis. So at best, it's going to be a wash, as opposed to like a dominant performance, making David Wood look like an idiot, making David Wood look like very uncomfortable, squirming in his chair. So conceptual approaches can be very advantageous. In certain situations, they're good to just go with a very simple conceptual point. And other times, they backfire. They blow up in your face. And for Andrew Wilson, that's what happened.
Also, here's another big problem. IQ is also linked with race. So if you want to prioritize high IQ, you should discourage interbreeding between races. Why should higher average IQ from Asians or whites or Jews or whatever race that has a higher average IQ, Christianity encourages or allows interbreeding between the races. That will result in a lower IQ. So you should be against that because that's going to, over time, lower the average IQ of society. So that should be something that you need to oppose to be consistent.
So this attacks premise one. This attacks premise one. If you're going to be consistent with premise one, that we have, the norms that are being promoted by Christianity are supposed to lead to higher IQ, then you should be consistent. You should also ban interracial marriage. So everything that I'm saying is attacking his fundamental argument structure. That here, I'll flash it again on the screen. That's the argument. So everything that I'm saying, even though I didn't present, until later in the debate, I didn't present this formal structure of his argument, but that's in my mind. That's what I'm responding to, and I'm undermining his premises. And this is the value of studying logic. This is, if you're going to do debates, like you should study logic. You should understand what a valid argument is, what a sound argument is. And if you want to study that, you can take my courses at LSNA. We have a course on logic and argumentation. So it's a pitch for my own courses.
Interracial marriage or interracial breeding should be contrary to your point or contrary to your position. Also, yeah, I mean, I'm just shocked that your entire argument about why Christianity is better than Islam is a cousin marriage argument. That's like shocking because it just works so far against you. So.
Yeah, like your an entire debate on God, or on religion rather, and society, and you're not once mentioning God or the Bible or faith or Jesus. Like, why aren't you talking about Jesus Christ? Andrew didn't mention Jesus Christ once as an example, as an exemplar on a debate on what is better for society. Like, is that very Christian?
Oh.
Like, he's just making faces. Like, so.
If
Well,
IQ
no.
is the end all be all of what makes a society good, then Christianity loses to atheism and secularism. Like, case closed. So like, and many Christian societies are low IQ, as in the same way as certain Muslim countries. The thing about the difference between me and you is my values are based on marriage, family, traditional values of that nature, not atheistic values of IQ and intelligence.
We're going to jump into Andrew's rebuttal as well. The timer is set for you. 5 minutes, Andrew.
Libtard value. Don't your first cousin.
Seal clap. Hey, yeah! He said the F word. No! He said the F word. Wow!
Libtard. Let me just point out that Daniel Haqiqatjou didn't actually rebut any of my arguments. Not a single one.
This is like a debate bro tactic. And many debates I have with Christians, with atheists, they just, well, you didn't rebut a single argument that I made. You didn't rebut a single thing. What are you talking about? Are you too stupid to know what your own argument was? Is that the problem? Or you're too stupid to understand that everything that I said is a rebuttal of your premises? Where is the disconnect there? Where you don't realize that what I have said is a direct rebuttal of your argument. But it's just rhetoric. It's just rhetoric, and it's meant to appeal to stupid people. Ironically, it's meant to appeal to low IQ people.
My argument was simple, and I'll repeat it here again. The argument is that your society has to rely on the benevolence of mind to exist because of your general IQ. You see, remember how I told
Now, that was one of the arguments that he made at the end, but the first argument, and I'll go on to address the benevolence argument, but the main substance of the argument was what actually makes a better society. It's IQ, and that was rebutted.
you the 70 to 85 is basic jobs, practical skills, routine labor. That's most Muslim societies, sir. Doesn't matter if you point out two exceptions to the rule. Even in those societies in which Christians have a lower IQ, guess what you find? Their interbreeding rates are going down, and when you compare them to the same Arab population where they are inbreeding, that section of the population, the IQ is always lower. So what's my argument here? My argument is that Christian societies are better because they lower inbreeding, which collectively takes your IQ so far down the rabbit trail that you end up having to beg the higher IQ individuals for protection from them. You have to bank on their benevolence. Imagine this guy is banking on the benevolence of Christians who have a high enough IQ to basically eradicate all of the Middle East. There's nothing they can do about it. And they're banking on that benevolence while telling you all that you're immoral. You're immoral. This is not an atheist argument. Far away. Well, the argument here is based around what it is that we're discussing. And what are we discussing?
But it's not atheist argument. So what kind of argument is it? Is it a Christian argument? Is like a Jewish argument? Is a Buddhist argument? Like, what kind of argument? I was waiting for him to say what kind of argument he is. What kind of argument it is. He never completed the thought.
Which makes for better societies, right? Christianity or Islam? How can you claim you have better societies, sir, when half of your societies are so inbred, their IQs are like borderline retarded? How? How could this possibly be of benefit? And you know what they do when they go to other countries? They keep doing it. They keep doing it. Now he says, well, if you value IQ more than all other values, who said anything about that? The debate is not about that. It's about which makes for better societies. Now, which society would you rather live in? Would you rather live in a society of donkey pull cart, right? Donkey pull cart, because we're not smart enough to make car. We're not smart enough to even have infrastructure because we're at 70 IQ, 80 IQ, borderline retarded individuals. That's a society. Who's moving there? Who's moving? Nobody. They're all moving here. Why? Because they want the societies that Christians have. By the way, let me point a couple other things out. No, Christians are not stupid. Yes, their IQs are much higher, much, much higher. Even in non-white areas, they're much higher, sir, because they
No, they're not. They're not higher in these other places because in marriage is not the only thing that is has an effect on IQ. So
don't inbreed. And it's very frowned upon. Go figure. And interestingly enough, let me just point this out, that Christians have a much smarter enemy, much smarter enemy. You're right. They do have a high IQ. You need high IQ people to combat that with these values. Islam can make no inroads. They don't have the technology. They can't mount an invasion. They can't even make a power plant, right? How are they going to do that? Daniel, what's your big plan? His big plan is to bank on the fact that there's enough suicidal empathy in the West to keep on importing Muslims. That's about it. That's it. That could be his only plan. These people can't make armies. That requires massive organization and mobilization. You think that these people could ever attack the West? That's a laughable prospect. He started with Zionism. He has 10 million Jews in his backyard. They can't do shit about it. Nothing. 1 billion versus 10 million. They can't do anything. They launched their entire missile payload. It does nothing because of the IQ difference in these regions. The IQ difference is so wide that if they even tried to collectivize, it would still be done, and they know it. And they can't collectivize anyway because it requires a high enough IQ to follow orders. Okay? So that's my argument. My argument basically is very simple. You have to have a high enough IQ to have a society to begin with. Christians make it by lowering everywhere they go. You, your family members, my God. Back to you, Daniel.
With that,
Amazing. Wow.
Without
And I can just imagine, like, if it were some other Muslim debating this, and they would say, no, they would just, like, try to dispute, no, Muslims have high IQ too, and we had a golden age. We had a golden age, I promise. We had science and technology 500 years ago, 700 years ago too. Like, imagine, like, that kind of argument. And let's be honest, like, unfortunately, many Muslims would actually argue in that way. But this is a self-defeating argument because the data just doesn't support that type of conclusion. Like, it's just a fact that there are IQ differences. But just because there are differences, that shouldn't make you feel inferior. You have to be confident in Islam enough. You have to believe in Islam enough not to make IQ on this pedestal of value. Not putting IQ at the top of your values. Like, you have to be confident enough as a Muslim to recognize that there are more important things than IQ, economic progress, scientific progress. You have to be confident enough in your religion, in the Sunnah, in the Quran. I read the verses from Surah Maryam, that people will come and they'll say, why should we believe in your religion? Your people are low IQ. Your people are low GDP. Why should we follow you? You have, as a Muslim, have to have that kind of confidence, that kind of izzah in Islam, in the Quran, in the example of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to recognize that what is actually important is iman, is faith, is iman in the heart, having taqwa, having fear of Allah, purifying your heart. That is where the true value is, the true gold. The true reality is with iman. That's what the Muslim has. Like, if you are grounded in that way, then these stupid arguments are so easy to dismiss and to debunk. It's so easy. You think I'm like stressing here? You think I'm sweating here? I was sweating because it was like 95 degrees and I'm wearing a jacket and a wool hat. I was sweating, but it wasn't because of such a brilliant argument that is being made and these Christians like seal clapping. So you have to be grounded in your faith. You have to be grounded in your iman. You have to see, the real world and the nature of the world, the rise and the fall of civilizations and empires. You know why we had a golden age? You know why Islam spread from the west to the east? You know why? It's because of iman. It's because of belief in Allah, obeying Allah and His Messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That's why. Not high IQ. Get it through your thick skull. It was not because of IQ. It was because of iman. It was because of taqwa. It was because of obedience to the divine law, the Sharia. That is our success. Reorient yourself, please. Please reorient yourself. Okay? Every Muslim here in the comment section or in reaction to this debate that is soying out about, oh, why didn't you mention the golden age? Or, oh, no, Muslims actually do have high IQ. Or, oh, Muslims did have technology. Like every Muslim who is soying out like that, get it through your thick skull. Our success does not have to do with dunya, with these asbab, these means in dunya. It has to do with the haqiqah, with the true reality, which is what is iman. Iman in your heart, the purified heart. That is where your success is going to come from. And that is what sincerity to Allah is. Do you not get this? How are you a Muslim? How are you a Muslim? How are we going to win in this life and the hereafter if we don't even understand? Like, as soon as Muslims started accepting the standards, the materialistic standards of Western scientific progress and moral progress, that was our downfall. That was the downfall of the Khilafah. That was the downfall of Muslim civilization when we were colonized. By who, actually? By the European atheists, secularists, liberals. When they came in to Egypt, when the French came in, when Napoleon came in, when the British came in, when the Dutch came in, when the Russians came in the Caucasus, when they started colonizing Northern Africa, the subcontinent, Indonesia, when they started fighting these wars, as soon as we started playing their game, as soon as we started adopting their world system, that was the beginning of the end. That is why we're in the situation we are in today. We have to reprioritize. We have to reorient ourselves, our cosmology, according to divine revelation. Allah tells us very clearly, how many times has a small group defeated a larger, more powerful group? Is that not the message of all of the prophets, of all of the Anbiya? All of them were one individual, okay? One individual, one prophet. Maybe he had some family support. And then over time, followers came. Not even for all of the prophets. Many prophets had no followers or only one or two followers, and they were killed. They were defeated. And others, they started small and then they expanded and then they grew. Preaching what? Were these Anbiya, were they preaching high IQ? Were they saying that, yeah, you need to go and get a secular education and really ramp up critical thinking and math and science, and that's how we're going to defeat the Quraysh? Is that what the prophets were saying? Is that what Isa came and said, alayhi salam? Jesus Christ himself? Is that what Moses said? Did Moses say, yeah, we need to go and defeat Pharaoh by actually studying some engineering and architecture? They have these big pyramids. Actually, were the pyramids in the time of Musa alayhi salam? I'm not sure. Okay. Is that what Musa said? Is that what Moses said? Is that what Abraham said? Are we Muslims here? Are we Muslims? Are we like cucked, defeated, mentally colonized? Like, why do we not have our priorities straight? Like, okay, some technology, some science, some math, but put things in perspective, put things in balance. Yeah, I'm not saying that there is not a place for development economically or scientifically, but it's not the end all be all. It's not on this pedestal where we judge our worth and our future according to that. Do you see the difference? Do you see the difference?
That we have 60 minutes of open dialogue, though the open dialogue is broken into 90-second segments, just to be sure there's no interruptions. Daniel, we're ready for you for your first 90 seconds.
Sure. So he said I didn't address his argument.
Do you notice this little, because there was some other sponsor in the footage, and so I had the editor, mashallah, good brother, replace it with this, sponsored by, instead of sponsored by whatever political group, in the top, bottom right there, sponsored by the Mujahideen, defeating high IQ countries since 1979. That's the point I should have brought up. And after every debate, there's like a million points that I kick myself. Like, why didn't I bring up this point? But don't we have the example of the low IQ Afghans defeating the high IQ coalition of the willing? All of these nations coming, rolling in, and occupying, invading Afghanistan. What happened to them? What happened to the high IQ? Oh no! Were you curb stomped by a bunch of villagers, low IQ villagers with AKs? Oh no! Oh no! Did that happen like a century ago? Oh no, it just happened a couple of years ago. Wow, that's an interesting counterexample.
That Muslims rely on Christian benevolence because Christians have such high IQ that they could just technologically eliminate Muslims whenever they wanted. Well, Christians are at the mercy of atheists. Christians are at the mercy of higher IQ atheists. Christians are at the mercy of higher IQ Ashkenazi Jews. Christians are at the mercy of China and Asia. If you want to make a might makes right argument, then we're in the same boat, buddy. Muslims and Christians are closer together in the same boat compared to these other groups. So this is a self-defeating argument. Also, AI. AI is going to eliminate this so-called advantage of IQ. AI is making it irrelevant. I don't know why you're laughing. AI is going to eliminate a biological IQ difference between different races, between different religions, between different countries. So that's a big problem for this kind of IQ argument. You're talking about people moving to the higher IQ West. Well, you have Christians from Latin America migrating en masse in the millions, 10 million over the past 5 years, coming into the United States. They're coming from Christian countries to the U.S. So you think that they're coming because it's a Christian country, or is it because of economic opportunity? And many people actually prefer to live in these countries. You have people in the U.S. being passport bros and living in South America because they're tired of this shithole United States, unfortunately, what it's become, despite the high IQ.
90 seconds.
Why is that, Andrew? Explain it.
We'll switch it over to Andrew. I want to remind you folks, please do self-regulate so that we don't have difficulty hearing the speaker. With that, Andrew, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, this is a wider phenomenon. Like, you have plenty of people who they want the economic salary that comes with living in the West, but they don't actually want to live in the West. They want to live in their own countries because their own countries are better. Like, they're just more comfortable lifestyles that they can live. They can actually have families. They can get married and not be worried about their wives being former OnlyFans models or whatever. They can have children and not worry about their wives divorce raping them. They can have bigger families and not worry about their children falling into all kinds of degeneracy and drugs. They can enjoy a more traditional society while still getting a salary. So this is remote work. Like, this is when you become a passport bro, you go and live in these traditional countries, but you're getting the salary because you're working remotely for a Western company. Why is that a thing? Like, why is that something that people prefer to do? If the Christian West is such a draw, is like so amazing, and that's why people are immigrating, it's because of Christianity in the U.S. That's why you have all these people trying to immigrate into the U.S. If it's just because of that, the Christian environment that's been created, then why do you have passport bros? Like, why do you have people who are actually leaving the United States so that they can live in more traditional societies instead of an increasingly dysfunctional United States or Europe, for that matter? They just want the money. They just want the salary. And as long as they have that, you know, they prefer to live in a better place.
Oh, sure. Yeah, you can make that argument. There are some high IQ Christian nations that move to even higher IQ Christian nations, but none of them move to Muslim nations. You're not getting anybody to move over there, Daniel, because you don't have civilizations. You can't create civilizations. He says AI is going to come along and solve it all. You got to be smart enough to use the AI, Daniel. You have to be smart enough to use the AI. Remember, 70 to 85. That's your societies. 70 to 85. Basic jobs, practical skills.
Like, he didn't get the conceptual point. When you have these technologies and this automation, it's irrelevant, like, the level of IQ of the population, because automation is going to bring all of these technological benefits that you're touting. So it's not like the Muslims are using the AI, or these low IQ countries are using the AI. The benefits of that technological development is just going to be coming because of this hyper industrialization, the technology that comes with automation. That's the point. And that's why you have futurists, transhumanists like Yuval Harari with the World Economic Forum and at Davos, and all of these intellectuals saying that, look, we don't even need jobs in the future. Everything will be automated. People, we have to give them a universal basic income so that they can eat and they can just be playing video games. Maybe they can do drugs. They just need to numb their minds because they're useless. Like, human beings are useless. There's no jobs for them to do. And we're actually, wasn't it Microsoft recently, or was it like Elon Musk's company that they just laid off 100,000 people? Thousands, tens of thousands of people are getting laid off because of AI. Like, so those people, it doesn't matter how high their IQ is. The AI is going to be smarter, and the AI can do their jobs better. So you don't need to have, you can have a sub 50 IQ. You're just going to be sitting at home playing video games, eating, sleeping. That's it. That's the future. So he didn't understand that conceptual point. He says, "Oh, but you need high IQ to use the AI." This is not conversant with, like, Andrew Wilson. I don't know. Like, maybe he hasn't debated someone who is a transhumanist. I have. He hasn't debated an IQ fetishist. I have multiple people. So he doesn't seem to have that kind of life experience.
Routine labor. Doesn't sound like a bunch of automation, robot building, AI savvy individuals to me, Daniel. He points out the ideas of IQ. Remember, we have to have a basic minimum for civilization, about 98 to 100 to 115. They don't have it. That's a distinction in our civilizations. And it's because of one value. Christians outlaw screwing your own family members. That's it. Simple. They outlawed. It's no good. And even in places where it's legal, we must be adhering to the ecclesiology here, Daniel, because where it's legal, people still ain't banging their cousins. That's your societies, the ones that you build. And what you have built is a collective of some of the dumbest people on planet Earth who are at the mercy of Christians. And don't try to cope and say, no, they're at the mercy of the atheists. Give me a break. Everybody is at the mercy right now of Western nations and Western Christians, which are in them. And that includes Eastern Europe, by the way. So this is all cope. He hasn't refuted any of the arguments. How can he possibly say these low IQ societies, which Islam creates, are better than the ones Christians do on this one principle? I want to hear it.
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, so you don't need to know how AI works to be able to operate it. That's why it's a evening of the playing field. I don't know if anyone here has used AI, but you don't actually need to know how to program AI to be able to use it. This is something that is very obvious, how AI is going to make IQ differences really irrelevant in the future, and this is what all of the futurists are saying. Second of all, you have Christians in more religious Christian countries going to less religious Christian countries. You have, again, the sub-Saharan Africans, you have the Latin Americans who are Christian going into more secularized nations. So this is, again, an argument for secularism, not for Christianity. You say that there are no Christians moving to Muslim countries. What about all the Christians in Africa, in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia that go to Dubai, that go to the UAE, that go to Saudi? That is a counterexample to your really bizarre claim. You also, again, look at what makes a society great. I think that's the overarching point that is so hard to believe that a Christian would make this argument. I value marriage. I value children. I value having big families. I value belief in God. I believe church attendance or like religious attendance to places of worship. These are the things I find valuable, and I showed you how within Muslim countries, all of these things are higher, despite having a lower IQ, which I'll grant you. Do you say over or 10 seconds?
No, you're good. That was 90 seconds. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, so this is really funny. Imagine the irony of saying this. Well, Christians are moving to more secular countries. So are Muslims. Well, what are you talking about? The mass migration. No one's bitching about.
Yeah, so that's a point in favor of secularism, not in favor of Christianity. I don't even understand like why he's like making an arrogant, condescending point that doesn't even make sense. Like, that's a point in favor. You, Andrew Wilson, brought the immigration point. I didn't bring up that point. You brought it as evidence that why Christian countries are better is that you have all these Muslims moving to Christian countries. And then I counter that by saying, well, there are a lot of Christians moving from more religious Christian countries to less religious, more secularized countries. So clearly, they're not moving for the Christianity. They're moving for something else, namely economics. And then Andrew rebuts that by saying, well, no one's moving to the Muslim countries. And I say, no, there are. You have these Africans, you have these Southeast Asians moving to the Middle East, moving to Muslim countries. You have a lot of Hindus also from India moving to the Middle East, moving to countries like Iran, to the Gulf. So that's a counterexample to that. And then his response, to bring it full circle, is to say that, oh, well, they're moving for secular reasons, Daniel. Yeah, that was my main point. That was my main point. So he says it back as if like it's a gotcha against me.
About the mass migration of the Christians right now, are they, to Christian nations? They're bitching about it the other way around. Really interesting, too. He still hasn't refuted the argument. Notice he does everything we get in the...
You'll notice that the crowd is a lot quieter now. The crowd, they're pretty rowdy at the beginning, remember? They're doing a lot of laughing and clapping. They slowly started quieting down because it slowly started to dawn on them what was happening right before their eyes.
Yeah, he says, we really value marriage to our first cousins. To our first cousins, we think it's great. It's fantastic. We really value it. It's like, no, that's not a value of mine, sir. And I don't think that that's secular to say. It's not a value of Christians to not want to have sex with their family members. And by the way, can you please explain, even though I've asked you many times, how it could be possible, sir, that you create better societies than Christians where everywhere Christians go based on their ecclesiology, their ecclesiastic authority, and the fact that they're Christians, inbreeding goes down, making sure that the IQ at least sits somewhere around can function. Can you please, for the love of all that is good, I don't even care if you Google it at this point, just contend with the argument. How are you making a better society with inbreeding and your Muslim values, which over 1,400 years have produced the dumbest societies on planet Earth?
Is it really the case? Like, I think there's a disconnect here between me and the Christian audience. And maybe this is a disconnect generally with Muslims and other traditional societies. But I don't think of cousin marriage as inbreeding. Like, when I think of inbreeding, I think of incest being like a mother and a son, or a brother and a sister, or a father and a daughter. Like, that's incestuous. Or like a grandfather and a daughter. Maybe even to a certain extent, like an uncle and a niece, or an aunt and a nephew. Like, that is what I intuitively feel is incestuous, inbreeding, and something that I'm viscerally disgusted by. But, I'll be frank. I'm not viscerally disgusted by cousin marriage. Even first cousins. I'm not viscerally disgusted by that. I don't even... And maybe I just don't understand the Christian American psychology. Is it true? Like, if you're in the chat, can you tell me, like, do you feel the same kind of visceral disgust between, like, first cousins getting together and, like, a brother and sister getting together? Like, is it really comparable? Like, is it really close? Like, okay, fine, brother and sister, that's more disgusting. And then first cousins, it's like, it's lower, but it's still right there in the same ballpark. Is that the case for Christians? Because for me, and I think most Muslims will agree, like, I don't see any problem with this, and sometimes people have attractive cousins. I'll lay the cards on the table. Like, some people do have attractive cousins, and they get married, and I don't find anything disgusting or weird or viscerally, like, I don't have an ick or like a any kind of reaction like that to that. And so I was surprised, like, is it really like that bad? Like, is it really so viscerally disgusting to the Christians that, like, it's a joke? Like, it's a big joke to accuse someone, like, you believe in cousin marriage. Like, he's saying it like, you believe in brothers and sisters getting married. Like, that's the way he's talking about it. And I'm not able to connect with that. Like, I don't even see where that's coming from. Like, okay, when it comes to minor marriage, I get it. Like, I grew up in this culture, and yeah, children are viewed as these innocent, like, you're an innocent little child, an innocent little babe until you're 18 years old. As soon as you have your 18th birthday, then, like, something like that. Okay, fine. Like, there might be something there that I can at least understand where you might be coming from. It's like a very strong cultural bias that you have. Even though behind closed doors you're violating that, like we found out with David Wood and other Christians. But putting that aside, at least I can kind of see the puzzle pieces coming together on that issue. But for cousin marriage, I just don't get it. Like, I just don't understand Like, sometimes your cousin can be a fitna. And this is why Islam says, and Muslims need to get really clear on this, do not, your cousin of the opposite sex is a fitna. You shouldn't be interacting with them. Like, they're marriageable. Like, you could potentially marry them. So, unfortunately, in some Muslim cultures, you're getting too comfortable with the cousin of the opposite sex. This is haram. You're doing something haram. They have to wear hijab in front of you. They shouldn't be mixing with you. You shouldn't be casually joking after, you're baligh. If you're like little kids, who cares? But if after you're baligh, then suddenly you have to really have some distance with your cousin of the opposite sex. This is important. Okay, a lot of zina, unfortunately, happens between first cousins, and it happens, by the way, in the West as well. But they, are hypocrites about that. But yeah, I just want to put that point out there.
Wait, let me ask the audience a question here. Oh, sorry. Let me ask the audience a question.
Appeal to the audience.
Are there electric cars being developed in Latin America? Are there new AI technologies being developed in Brazil and Argentina? Are they being developed in sub-Saharan Africa, these Christian countries? Because they don't have cousin marriage, do they, Andrew? So why aren't they developing all of these technologies, these amazing technologies, AI, nuclear weapons, fighter jets? I didn't see Brazil or Honduras producing any fighter jets, Andrew. Is it because they don't have cousin marriage? Why? They should be having this brain-blasting IQ in all these Christian countries. Why is that not the case? If Christianity is the secret sauce, Andrew, then tell me why these countries don't have those technologies. Explain it. Because the reason, I'll give you a spoiler alert, because it's not Christianity. It's not Christianity and cousin marriage that causes this discrepancy. And if you're so high IQ in the United States, how are you not able to figure out birth rate, fertility rate? Why are these countries going extinct? Why is Europe going extinct? Why is Christianity, these Christian countries in Europe, the population is on a nosedive despite the high IQ? They can't even figure out how to reproduce at replacement levels. Gee, I guess IQ leads to extinction because it's correlated, right? The higher IQ you have, the lower the fertility rate. So it seems like the more Christianity you have, the more chances you have of going extinct, Andrew. Explain that for us.
Well, if that were the case, you're in big trouble. Because if it's the case that your IQ stays the same and then collectively secularist IQ goes up, what's to stop them from...
Hello, assalamu alaikum. Believe I'm back. Sorry about that. I live in a high IQ society, so the power goes out in the middle of the day. But alhamdulillah, it was only a partial brownout, I guess. Sometimes this happens. As you all may know, if you're familiar with Haqiqatjou, the power just goes out randomly. So you live in a high IQ society, that's the case. Let me just check and make sure that everything is back up. Okay, guys. Sorry about that. Let's get back to the analysis.
Nations, way more, not even in the same universe, more advanced than your nation.
Christianity is the secret sauce, Andrew, then tell me why these countries don't have those technologies. Explain it. Because the reason, I'll give you a spoiler alert, because it's not Christianity. It's not Christianity and cousin marriage that causes this discrepancy. And if you're so high IQ in the United States, how are you not able to figure out birth rate, fertility rate? Why are these countries going extinct? Why is Europe going extinct? Why is Christianity, these Christian countries in Europe, the population is on a nosedive despite the high IQ? They can't even figure out how to reproduce at replacement levels. Gee, I guess IQ leads to extinction because it's correlated, right? The higher IQ you have, the lower the fertility rate. So it seems like the more Christianity you have, the more chances you have of going extinct, Andrew. Explain that for us.
Well, if that were the case, you're in big trouble. Because if it's the case that your IQ stays the same and then collectively secularist IQ goes up, what's to stop them from wiping all of you out and you can't do anything about it? Your argument, unfortunately, destroys you. When you say, well, wait a second, what about these South American nations, right? Are they? Yes, they're way more advanced than your nations. Way more. Not even in the same universe more advanced than your nations. Yes. The truth of the matter is that the reason Islam creates worse societies.
Source, trust me, bro. Source, trust me, bro. Like, if we go to, I don't know, the UAE, he said that was the crown jewel of the Middle East is the UAE. Is the UAE like not in the same universe of development as, I don't know, Brazil or Mexico or even some of these Eastern European countries or Russia for that matter? They're not even in the same universe of development.
We can bicker about theology, right? Hey, I'm sure Daniel could probably get me on some points there, but you can't bicker on the facts. And he hasn't contended with the argument still. He's asked me a bunch of questions. Did you actually hear an argument, anybody? Because there isn't an argument. The reason Islam makes
debate bro tactics
worse societies is because they have a doctrine for cousin marriage. Now, notice Daniel didn't say, no, you can't f your first cousin and marry her. No. He didn't say that because he probably believes that you should. He probably believes it's fine. He probably
Yeah, I do. Was that like a guy? Like, is he trying to like expose me? Like, Daniel secretly believes that there's nothing wrong with marrying your cousin. Did you know that? Like, it's not a gotcha. Yeah, shout it from the rooftops. If you want to marry your cousin, proceed. Proceed with the cousin marriage. Especially if you have a very attractive cousin. You got to lock that down. You should proceed with the marriage and procreate with your first cousin. Yeah, I'm announcing it. It's not a big it's not a big secret. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed of this. Like, I don't have the same kind of taboo. Like, this is not a taboo for Muslims. And even as a Muslim that grew up, like, I didn't even realize that this is a taboo for Americans until late college. Until late college, I didn't realize that this is like a taboo. And I'm born and raised in the United States. I was just surprised. This is something weird for you people? Marrying your cousin? Okay. I did not know that.
I believe something about like it protects inheritance or something like this, right? The thing is, though, is like, can we please get an argument for how a society that doesn't at least have 100 IQ so we can have middle management isn't better than, well, donkey pull cart? That's what I want to know. And please, for the love of God, sir, when you say it's not because of Christianity, the entire historical record disagrees with you. When pagans were at 20 to 30%, guess what? It was Christians who brought that down. And by the way, in all of the Muslim shared nations with Christians and Muslims, they're always lower IQ than the Christians because they f their cousins.
And time. We'll go over to Daniel, 90 seconds as well.
Yeah, so my argument is Islam is better for society because of God, because of family values, because of nation, communal values, lowering STDs, lowering fornication, lowering extramarital sex. It's better because there's less acceptance of homosexuality, abortion, there's less murder, the murder rates are lower. And Andrew says, Christianity is better because we have middle management. We have middle management and we have the iPhone. Wow, very interesting argument there, you Orthodox Christian. Very compelling, I'm sure. And you see the audience now, like, it's a very different audience than when they started. What happened to all that energy? What happened to all that excitement? Who sucked out all the energy from the room? Wow. Not cheering, not seal clapping anymore, are we?
Well, again, throughout Christian history, you had sub 100 IQ. Throughout Christian history. It's only because of the Flynn effect in recent centuries.
Why is he like holding his face? Why? Do you not get the point? Like, do you know why why that is significant to point out that the entirety of Christian history has been much lower IQ? Do you not understand the significance of that point? Like, you make yourself look stupid. Like, this is not own against me. You're not making me look stupid. You're looking yourself look stupid. That this point, this very critical, important point, you're not understanding how it destroys your argument. How it destroys your entire the entire logic of your argument.
That you have this change. So all of the criticisms that you're applying to Islam apply to your past civilization. How did you have a Christian civilization with sub-100 IQ, Andrew? Was the Byzantine Empire a S-hole? They had sub-100 IQ. How did they have a civilization without having positive 100 IQ? You can't explain that. You can have a beautiful, expansive civilization and empire with sub-100 IQ because there's other values that are significant to human existence. Values like marriage.
What is he doing? Like, what? I don't get it. Like, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of a Christian. Like, I'm okay, I'm in your shoes. What did I just say that is so uproarious, like so hilarious, like so, whoa, I can't believe this guy. Like, what did I say? Like, these like over-the-top reactions, they kind of lose their efficacy. And you kind of hear that with the audience. They're no longer laughing with him. And it's kind of like, you know, Andrew is supposed to be an alpha male. He's supposed to be teaching how to be masculine, like these strong Christian men. But like, he's very reliant on the audience. Like, he's like constantly looking to the audience in a way, like trying to get them to see signs of them supporting him. Like, are you laughing with me? Like, is this funny? Am I making you laugh? Like, he has this insecurity that came out in this debate, and he's getting like more agitated, and he's becoming more like animated to try to get the same reaction that he was getting initially in the debate. The same kind of laughing, the same clapping. It's not coming anymore. The audience is not responding, so he's kind of becoming more unhinged because it's like he's insecure.
Family, God, worshiping God. You don't need to be a positive 100 IQ genius to be able to love and be devoted to God. I think that is actually more of the Christian message than this kind of IQ chauvinism that you're presenting. This doesn't seem Christian at all. This really doesn't seem Christian. You keep talking about like donkeys pulling carts.
Look at this stupid Muslim who thinks that spirituality matters. Look at this dumb Muslim who thinks that there are values that are more important than IQ.
Go to the Philippines, bro. They're Christians. Go to the Philippines. Go to some of these African countries. Go to Botswana, Christian country. They have donkeys pulling. So apparently their Christianity and their lack of cousin marriage is not helping them. So this is a really bizarre argument, and all of you can laugh and chuckle it and laugh it up, but it doesn't change how stupid this argument is. If you have, okay, if IQ is this end-all be-all of civilization and the end-all be-all of progress, then why is the West going in a nosedive? All the things, Andrew, that you brilliantly, beautifully criticize about the West, the LGBTQ, the lack of marriage, that's happening in these non-cousin marriage countries. So clearly, having the highest IQ, so clearly IQ is not the end-all be-all.
Switch it over.
Let's take a look at the first straw man. Did I ever say IQ is the end-all be-all? No, of course not. Straw man still hasn't told us how Muslims build better civilizations.
Okay, if it's not the end all be all, what is the end all be all? What is the value? Okay, what is the value that is actually going to lead to better societies? I thought that was the whole debate. So if it's not IQ, if IQ is not the key factor, maybe you want to tell us what is, because that's what the whole debate is about. So now he's backtracking. Oh, I never said IQ is that important. Actually, where'd you get that from? What made you think that?
When they produce 70 to 85 IQ individuals who are basically only suited for basic jobs. Okay, he still hasn't told us that. He can't tell you. He can't tell you that these are better civilizations. The reason that he can't is because they're not. They're clearly not. And the thing that's really funny about this is, like, let's just grant it. Let's just grant that, just for a second, we'll just grant Daniel's argument. We'll just pretend, well, you know, it's okay to have a bunch of 80 IQ people who can't seem to get past primitive technology and are just day laborers. But you know what? We don't do anything degenerate. Your cousin's degenerate, Daniel. That's degenerate. Yeah, maybe don't have hookers and OnlyFans girls, but your first cousin is degenerate. So by the way, and let me just point.
Is that according to what? Like, it's a degenerate according to what? You want to make an argument? Like, that's what he says to atheists, like when he's debating atheists or secularists, and the atheist, he asked the atheist point blank, like, do you think incest is wrong? and the atheists will have to say, yeah, incest is wrong, you know, that kind of behavior is immoral. And then Andrew says, brilliantly, he traps them. And he says, according to what? According to what is it degenerate? Gotcha, checkmate. You know, this kind of Reddit tier argument, like, oh, okay, atheist, you think incest is degenerate? According to what? What scientific law, what research papers prove that incest is degenerate? According to what? Pray tell. Gotcha, atheist. Like that's his debate bro move against atheists, is like arguing about incest. So I'm just using the same tactic. Okay, you're saying cousin marriage is degenerate? According to what? According to, can you point me to some kind of law of the universe that says this is degenerate? Like, this is so evil and degenerate. Like, is there a law of the universe? Can we point our microscope to something that will prove that? Or is it the Bible? Oh, no, it's not the Bible. So what is it?
Point this out, and this is really, really important to point out. He has not made an argument about how they produce a better civilization. Only I have. My argument is simple.
The audacity of this guy. Saying, I have not produced an argument. Notice how he didn't respond anywhere in the rebuttal period where you're supposed to respond to the person's opening statement. He didn't respond to my opening statement. He responded to my rebuttal. My rebuttal of his opening statement is what he responded to in his rebuttal period, the 5 minutes. So he has yet to actually address my argument. Remember the premises that I showed you? He has yet to respond to it, yet he's accusing me of not responding to an argument. The audacity of this Christian, I am just gobsmacked by his brazen gall.
And still stands unopposed. Where Christianity goes, incest decreases based on canon law. Where Islam goes, incest increases based on their canon law. Therefore, where Christians go, society gets better. Where Islam goes, it gets worse. An argument would sure be swell.
90 seconds, switch it to Daniel.
No, I gave an argument that you failed to respond to. I said that Islam, when we look at the statistics, when we look at all these countries on these metrics of marriage, birth rate, household size, belief in God, conviction in God, I thought we were believers. Conviction in God is higher in Muslim countries. Holding on to your religious practice is more in Muslim countries. Look at the levels of drug abuse, alcohol abuse being lower in Muslim countries. These are all values that are good, and we see them associated with Islam, not Christianity. That was my argument. So you can't deny those statistics, so you keep claiming that I have no argument. I clearly do have an argument, and I refuted your argument. If IQ is the end-all be-all, your entire argument is on the basis of IQ. You haven't said, you just say, oh, marrying your cousin, effing your cousin, that is degenerate. On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible. It's just a degree. Yeah, laugh it up. I
do want to make sure we can hear the speaker.
Yeah, again, I don't understand the basis of the laughing. Like, if it's on the basis of like, wow, Daniel just said the moon is made of cheese. like, is it really that's something that's so taboo, like so obvious? But I don't share that. That's why I'm confused. Like, okay, you're laughing at this, but you know, your job in a debate is to appeal to common values. That's how the rubber meets the road, so that you can gain traction in convincing one side to move to your side. You have to appeal to common ground. And that's what I do. That's why I did in this debate. That's why I did in the opening statement. I appeal to common values, these traditional values. But if you just want to assert that cousin marriage is degenerate as a truism, like it's axiomatic, it's inscrutable, we can't like investigate this. And even if we ask, like, well, on what basis is it degenerate? And that's like such a outlandish request for information that you just laugh in my face. Like, well, can you explain why it's degenerate? Ha 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 ha, you idiot. Like, it's just baffling. It's just how are you debating with a Muslim? Like, at least have, so that's actually, again, ironically, a component of IQ, being able to put yourself in the shoes of other people who have a different perspective. Can these Christians put themselves in the shoes of someone who does not actually understand what is degenerate about cousin marriage? Like, I truly do not have any kind of biological, visceral reaction to that. Like, I have no problem saying I have no problem with cousin marriage. Can you put yourself in my shoes and try to explain your perspective? Like, give me an argument, like give me reasons, give me evidence so that I can begin to understand like this taboo that is apparently so central to the existence of humankind. Can you try to flesh that out a little bit? Flesh it out. Explain, please. I want to understand. But these people, they can't put themselves in my shoes. They can't like give me anything to work with. They just laugh. They just laugh. So yeah, this kind of approach is good for grandstanding. It's good for beating your chest. It's good for telling yourself that, yeah, we're number one. It's like people at that NASCAR race, you know, or at the sports ball game cheering for their team. Yeah, go team. But it's not really conducive to any convincing the other side, really enriching the dialogue, the discourse, the public discourse on these matters. It's not really adding any value in any capacity.
Laugh it up, okay? Because as I said, you are arguing on the basis of a decree that was made. What is the actual moral? Can you make a moral argument, Andrew, other than, oh, it lowers IQ? There are many things that lower IQ. Like I said, interbreeding with other races, interracial marriage results in lower IQ. So is that degenerate as well? Why can't you answer these questions, Andrew, instead of repeating, oh, you don't have an argument. You haven't responded to my argument. Okay, yeah, you've said that 10 times. Respond to the points that I'm making.
Well, I don't. Here's the thing that's funny, right? The points that you're making are in question form. Question form is not an argument. They're questions, not arguments. Perhaps you should go to a higher IQ school. The point is here, and this is super.
So I'm not going to dignify that jab with a response. Like, I don't need to like flash my credentials. They're known. But the point that he's making, that questions, like like if someone makes an argument, questions are absolutely relevant. They're absolutely critical. You've presented an argument with premises, and I'm questioning those premises. Therefore, that's a rebuttal to your argument. By questioning your premises, that is a rebuttal. I don't need to have an alternative argument to refute your argument. I just need to question your argument, the premises of your argument, to show that it's either not a valid argument or it's not a sound argument. So maybe you need to go and take some kind of logic course. I actually was teaching logic. I was in grad school. I was a teaching assistant. I was teaching logic courses in graduate school at a top private school in the Northeast in New England. So I actually think I know a little bit about argumentation, Andrew. And yes, asking questions is a way to rebut a argument. And the argument that I made, you're free to ask questions about my argument in my opening statement, but you never did. You didn't have any questions for me. You didn't poke any holes in my argument.
Super important to point out, I have what's called an argument, which means I made an argument. That argument needs to be refuted. Now, I would be happy to sit here and answer all of your questions today, Daniel, but you requested specifically a forum where that's not the case, where instead we do 2-minute monologues, probably because I would tear you to pieces in a Socratic method, but I would have been happy to do that too. People always misjudge. They always seem to think, well, Andrew just steamrolls debates, and he's terrible at these long-form formal debates. It's where I thrive. And let me just point this out.
This is thriving, everyone. Just in case you didn't know, you didn't realize, this is thriving.
Has anybody heard an argument yet? He just says, well, there's better families and stuff. It's like, okay, but you need to give us a standard, an argument standard for why it would be that these have better societies than societies which can have, oh, I don't know, skilled labor and middle management at the very least. That's all I'm asking for. I'll concede.
We have middle management. We have Christian. Jesus came to bring us middle management. The Bible was revealed to give us middle management. Thank God for middle management. You know, all of these Christians who are tortured by the Roman Empire, it was for middle management. You know, when Jesus is on the cross, his last thoughts were about, you know, I hope there's a future full of middle management, Christians in middle management. That's what I'm dreaming about. That's the future Christian kingdom of heaven that I'm dreaming, is a kingdom full of middle management.
hey, we've got some problems. We've got the OF, we've got the prostitution, we've got some pretty horrible things going on over here. And we have high IQ enemies that require high IQ enemies, right? And they're not getting it from Islam. So my question just is this again. It's very simple. How do you make societies that can even combat this to begin with when you basically live in the Stone Age in comparison with technological distinction? You live in the Stone Age. Islam will get AI. We already got AI. What are you talking about? So I just want an argument. That's it. I want to hear an argument for why Islamic nations are better than Christian nations based on the fact that they go, and everywhere they go, they increase cousin and we don't, which lowers the collective IQ. I would actually like a refutation there at some point.
Okay, here is the argument. I'll put it in premise form so you can follow it. Take notes, Andrew. Premise 1. Okay, societies that encourage marriage, or religions that encourage more, better marriages, higher quality marriages, less being sluts, okay, less prostitution, societies that have bigger and more healthy families, societies that have more devotion to God, religions that encourage societies that are more cohesive, are standing for each other in a kind of nationalistic or communal way. That religion that encourages more of that is going to be better, is going to be a better religion. Premise 2, Islam does encourage all of those things that I've mentioned, and the stats I presented, that's premise 2. Therefore, conclusion, by deductive inference, Islam is a better religion than Christianity. That is the argument. The problem with your argument is that you say premise 1, societies that have higher IQ are going to be better. Premise 2, Christianity, because it bans cousin marriage, is going to lead to societies with higher IQ. Therefore, Christianity is better. My rebuttal of this dumb argument is that premise 1 is wrong. Premise 1 is a false premise. That higher IQ does not lead to better societies. And as proof, I pointed to the United States of America. I pointed to many Christian countries that have low IQ, and you haven't denounced those countries. I gave many reasons why your premise 1 is false. That is my rebuttal of your argument. Get it?
Yeah. Let's go through this.
Yeah, so I mean, it's mic drop, mic drop, and that his argument is so simplistic that you can just outline it off the top of your head in a basic form and rebut it. It's exactly why I presented. Again, like this is as a reminder. This is his argument from the very beginning. Premise 1, premise 2, conclusion. Very simple argument. Like some arguments have dozens of premises. Some arguments have, premises that are more complicated than just if-then statements. But his argument is very simple, and from the very beginning, from the rebuttal period, I've been rebutting it. Just because he hasn't realized that it's a rebuttal, that doesn't mean that it's not a rebuttal.
Premise at a time. First and foremost, the entailment of your argument would be that low IQ societies are better. It would be that lower IQ societies are actually better, Daniel, which is hilarious because, remember, you rejected that as being a false premise.
Why is that so hilarious? And yeah, that is entailed. That is entailed that you can have a society that has a lower average IQ, but they just believe in God more. They love God more. And if they're Christian, like from your Christian perspective, they love Jesus more. They're going to church more. They're abiding by Jesus's commandments more. That would be a better society from a Christian standard, you would assume, despite having a lower average IQ than another society that has higher IQ but has none of that kind of religious devotion. Like, isn't that obvious? Like, so, I mean, they're apparently too stupid to work that out in their head, like that obvious point.
P1, he says societies require higher quality marriages.
Like, I'm just baffled. Like, I'm just throwing up my hands. Like, this is a lost cause. I mean, for Andrew, Andrew, I think he realized 20 minutes ago that he's screwed. Like, there's not going to be really a way to get around the points that I'm making. So he has to just grandstand and use rhetoric. But at least for the people who are watching, many of the people, like, they will get it. Like, they will get the argument, and that's who I'm doing this for. I'm doing this kind of debate and doing this kind of making this presentation, making these arguments, not so that I'll convince Andrew Wilson, but so that I'll convince the Christians in the audience and the Muslims in the audience and the Muslims actually who are watching this debate, many of whom unfortunately still think that Islam's golden age is when we had the most science and technology, quote unquote. So that's who this debate is for, not to convince necessarily Andrew Wilson or his most hardcore fans.
They fucked their first cousins. How could that possibly be a higher quality marriage, Daniel? I reject premise one. I'm saying your argument's not even sound. How can you have in any way, shape, or it's totally invalid. I reject.
My argument didn't have any cousin marriage in it. So what are you talking about? My argument is not on the basis of cousin marriage. I'm not saying that cousin marriage makes for better societies. Cousin marriage is not something obligatory in Islam. And the rates of cousin marriage are vastly differ depending on the country. So cousin marriage is not actually a premise within my argument, but he's claiming that it is.
Rejected as even being a sound premise. How could this qualitatively be better to have genetic deficiencies compounded over 1,000 years to the point where your civilization literally requires the benevolence of all other civilizations so that they just don't wipe you out because you're not technologically advanced to do anything about it. You're not technologically advanced. And by the way, when I say technology, I'm not just talking about like lasers and phasers and guns and things like that. Remember, things like philosophy, that's a technology, right? Things like language.
Yeah, Islam has had no philosophy. Islamic civilization has not had no philosophy or any kind of intellectual achievement. You're right, Andrew. So now he's expanding what technology means. Like, Muslims don't have literature, Muslims don't have art, Muslims don't have architecture, Muslims have nothing. They're just like living in mud huts. Like, that's his perception of Islam. He's just like uneducated. He's a high school dropout. He didn't take any kind of world history course or world civilization. Otherwise, how can you make such a stupid statement? Like, history only began for him, like civilization only began, in the 1920s when you started to have corporations with middle management. Like, you developed like a middle class with C-level executives. That's when civilization started, according to Andrew Wilson.
Language is technology. Things like social communications and businesses and infrastructure, these are technologies. You can't have these technologies when your IQ is 70 to 85. You can't. You need to have the administrative and skilled labor class, and that requires at least 85 to 100. Most of these places don't have it, but 100 to 115, that's pretty standard for these things. So it's like, look, how could you possibly say that the societies Christians build aren't better on a single principle, that we outlaw first cousin marriage? When you outlaw first cousin marriage, you see the collective IQ begin to increase, right? And you see that these technologies are no longer unavailable. Technologies, medicines for children, things like this are now available. His argument, his entire argument is actually we should keep our society super low IQ because if we keep them low IQ, well, they'll have more qualitative marriages and stuff. What? What?
We have to switch it over.
I mean, I didn't make that argument. Like, that wasn't my argument in the opening statement. He's just trying to use that as an entailment. Like, oh, your rebuttal of my argument entails that you actually want to keep IQ low. No, it doesn't actually logically entail, but I can just concede that. I can accept that. Yeah, actually, I do think lower IQ societies, maybe we should like try to prevent IQ from skyrocketing like it has in the West, in order to avoid the weird psychology that leads to liberalization, secularization, feminism, and atheism. Like, actually, maybe, I can concede that. We do need to take steps to actually limit critical thinking so that people aren't doubting everything, including God, and so that they don't, like, abandon traditional values. Actually, that's a good point. We should lower IQ or make sure IQ doesn't advance too high above a certain level.
Over at 90 seconds. Go ahead, Daniel.
No, I didn't say having lower IQ means you'll have more marriage. You don't understand causality. So the question is, you had the vast majority of Christian history at sub 100 IQ. Your assumption, the premise that you're using is that you have to have a over 100 IQ average in your society to build civilization and to be functional. But this is disproven by your own religious history. This is disproven by all of Christendom. prior to 1800 or even 1900, the 1900s actually. So just like Christians could have civilization for 1900 years, Muslims have also had their civilizations that were also thriving, that also had conquest, that also had art, literature, poetry, all kinds of beautiful things that we as human beings value. It's not just IQ. You're taking this atheistic argument, which is baffling to me. Why you as a Christian would have this kind of IQ fetishism? You're not a white nationalist. IQ is not the end-all, be-all of human existence. I am happy, I'm fine with having a 90 average IQ country that abides by traditional values, that abides by whether they be Christian or Muslim. I actually prefer the low IQ Christian countries that value marriage. They don't have degeneracy. They don't have prostitution. I value those Christian.
What's funny? Like, what did I say that could generate that kind of laughter? It's like cringe. Like, it's cringeworthy at this point. Like, I'm suffering from secondhand embarrassment. Like, this kind of theatrics, like uproarious laugh. It's so funny what I just said.
Countries, even when they have a lower IQ, a 90 IQ, an 80 IQ, that's they're living beautiful lives. Yeah, you can make fun of them. Oh, they have donkeys pulling their carts. You can laugh, but they're living beautiful lives as Christians or as Muslims or any other religious group.
Well, I guess ignorance really is bliss.
Like, what a corny line. Like, what a corny. I guess ignorance is bliss. Like, did you like think of that? Like, were you planning to say that? Like, this is a line that you're just waiting to say. Like, he's probably in his hotel room. Like, oh, I know what I'll say. Ignorance really is bliss. as a response, that sure will get a laugh. Like, it's so corny. Like, this is like unk status. Like, to make a joke like that and expect people to laugh. And then these people, there are actually some boomers in the audience too, so maybe I appeal to the boomers, like, oh, I guess ignorance really is bliss. I guess, you know, what they say is true. It's not funny. It's not like, it's just awkward that you'd find that to be so, not just a little bit funny. It's like you're laughing out loud. Like, it's so funny that you're laughing out loud in this. Oh, subhanallah.
Good one. That was a neat
slapping your dress. So look, let's point this out. Let's point this out. Let's point this.
He's calling what a thobe. He's saying a dress. Like, the Orthodox priests wear robes also. So what kind of Eastern Orthodox Christian is this? Like, this guy, is he like just a plant? Like, is he just an imposter? Like, he's grifting off of this. He has to like choose a church, like a Christian church, in order to grift off of them. So he just chose the Orthodox, but he knows like nothing about the church, like the Orthodox church. Like, are you looking at the Greek Orthodox or the Russian Orthodox or all these churches, like what they're wearing in black, long black robes? Are you calling them wearing dresses as well? This is like a theme with debating Christians. Like, they've been so secularized and liberalized that they don't understand when their arguments are destroying their own religion. Like, you're laughing at your own religion. You're laughing at your own religious authorities, and you don't even realize it. That's how far gone you are. That's why Christianity is dying. Like, and I showed the stats, like mass apostasy within Christianity. It's like a self-inflicted problem to a great extent.
This out, right? We just want to look. We haven't gotten personal with each other. We can go the rest of the debate. We both got a jab in. All right, that's fair. So here's the thing, though, right? This is still not.
Yeah, I mean, it was good for him that he didn't go personal, because I was ready with some personal shots. The chamber was loaded with some personal shots, metaphorically speaking. So I'm glad he didn't go personal. I think it's a better debate. Like, if we start insulting each other and start making fun, I think that lowers the quality of the debate, and it's not really my style. If I have to do it, I'll do it, but I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start making it personal, only if they initiate. And he didn't make it personal. He didn't start making personal remarks, so I kept it unpersonal as well. I think that was for the better.
A refutation of my argument. The historical standard is Christians had lower IQs back in the day. Yeah, and they didn't build modern civilization back in the day. Modern civilization requires professional middle management, 100 to 115 IQ.
Middle management. So classical Christianity did not produce modern civilization, therefore it has no value. That's basically what he's saying. That's like such a crazy concession to make. Like, you're throwing in Christian history in the trash. You're throwing all of these Christian empires in the trash. Anything prior to modernity, like prior to the Industrial Revolution, the Scientific Revolution, you're throwing that all in the trash. Why? Because they don't have middle management. They didn't develop middle management, which is what you need for modern civilization. It's a shocking concession to make. Like, he's just biting the bullet.
Right? 85 to 100 for skilled labor. What they're talking about is just basic day laborers. These people are very low IQ. And by the way, I mean, even
like, does he not know about like artisans? He doesn't know about, you know, artisans who would make shoes, who would make clothes, tailors. He doesn't know about carpentry. He doesn't know about architecture. He doesn't know about even the basic pre-industrial engineering that exists to build like massive structures like these cathedrals that they boast about in Europe, in these European countries, to have even all kinds of literature, all kinds of art, all of this. Like, that's not skilled. Like, that has no value. They're producing that material when the average IQ in those empires was sub 100, even sub 80. He's throwing all of that in the bus. Like, I think it's just a matter of lack of education. Like, he's just unaware of his own Christian history.
Make the claim that they're really choosing Islam anyway. They can't really think about it that hard, right? So the question becomes, right, as we're kind of diving into this, I just want to point out one more time, the argument is around a singular Christian principle. The singular Christian principle is that we're not allowed to marry our first cousins. That's in our ecclesiology. And I don't care if you're a Protestant, right? Almost no Protestants do this, right? No Catholics do this. Orthodox, this is forbidden as well. It's not that you couldn't find some sect somewhere, some small society somewhere which practices it. I'm sure that that's the case, but by and large and overwhelmingly it's not. And with Islam, the opposite's true. By and large and overwhelmingly they do. So we're basing this on a singular principle, which is Christian, and that's what I want a refutation for. Why is marrying your first cousin for the purpose of building low IQ societies better than not doing that?
Go ahead, Daniel.
Yeah, but it's not a Christian value in the sense that Christians are saying don't marry your cousin because that will lower the average IQ of society over generations. Like, that's not what the canon law was based on. So it's not like a Christian value.
Again, it's not a causal relation. Islam doesn't mandate marrying your cousin. It's not like we're saying we want to keep IQ low, so marry your cousin. You keep getting the causal chain wrong about this. The second point that I want you to address is that when we look at IQ increasing, that is associated with more atheism. It is directly correlated with higher levels of atheism. The higher the IQ goes, the more people become atheists. This is a bad thing. I would assume that Christians would agree more atheism is a bad thing. I think that, yes, modern society is not all it's cracked up to be. I don't know if you guys have been looking around, but it seemed like I've felt, at least myself, that over the past 5 years especially, first with the pandemic and now everything that's happening in the world where World War III is about to break out, I think the modern world is a dystopia. I am waiting for, nuclear holocaust to destroy us all. I don't believe in this absolute value of modern society, and therefore I don't agree with your premise that high IQ is something valuable in and of itself. There are many things to point out being wrong or bad with high IQ. Again, I prefer to turn the clock back 200 years, where Christians had these traditional Christian societies. Muslims had traditional Muslim societies. Yeah, you didn't have a laptop. You didn't have internet. You didn't have cars. But guess what? You didn't have to worry about your wife having to, being in college and sleeping with every frat boy in the university, and you don't even know her history because of feminism. You have like LGBT degeneracy. You have elderly who are being shipped off to old folks' homes because there's not a strong family unit to take care of our own elderly. Children are being shipped off to daycares because there's not a strong family, strong marriage, mom at home with traditional roles to take care of the children. I prefer the low IQ. I prefer the low technology society.
We have to switch it over. Andrew, 90 seconds.
Can I just point?
Like, that's the kind of a laugh that Richard Dawkins would give, or like Christopher Hitchens or Bill Maher, or these atheists. Like, he's just they have what's the word for it? Their spirit has come into his body. Apparently, Christopher Hitchens is like been implanted somehow in Andrew Wilson. That's the kind of Christopher Hitchens atheist condescending laugh at a believer, like at a religious believer.
This out, that none of those degenerate things that he just pointed out, which I agree with him, are the cause of IQ. I think you're having the problem with the causal link, sir. Let's point this out. And this is really...
No, they are. They are. It is correlated. Like, it is causal when you have a weird psychology. Western, educated, industrialized, rich, democratic, which comes from higher IQ, that does cause these things. It causes a loss of religiosity. It causes doubt in religion. It causes a loss of traditional values. It is a causal thing.
Important to point out. One more time, he didn't contend with the argument. The argument is, how do you make a superior society which is better for society? And you know what? All you've done right now is just argue this. Literally, I'm Daniel Haqiqatjou, and I prefer a low IQ society. That's his argument. Now, look, I did not expect you to bite the bullet that you would have a preference for a low IQ society, and therefore we should continue to have sex with our family members to achieve said low IQ society. But over here on the Christian side, well, we're just not willing to do that. So here's what's really important here to remember as the argument structure goes on. Daniel is literally giving a prescription at this point. He's giving you an ought. We ought to have dumb people. That is his ought. My ought is different. My ought is you.
Completely false, straw man. This guy supposedly is like teaching debate courses and he's selling it like for hundreds of dollars. So, but he can't even reproduce my argument. He can claim that I haven't responded to his argument, but I reproduced his argument in premise form. But he can't even reproduce my argument. He just strawmans it. He says Daniel wants low IQ people. Like, Daniel thinks that everyone should be low IQ. It's not what I said. Like, I said exactly what my values are, what I find important, what is important from a religious point of view. That's what my argument was premised on. He ignores that. Or he just says that, oh, you value marriage? Yeah, because you want cousin marriage. That's why it's degenerate.
You, being intelligent, does not restrict you from Christianity or Christian ethics. And we look at the IQ differentials in Christian nations, and we can see firsthand that that is true. So the thing is these are not mutually exclusive claims. When he says higher IQ leads to secularism, I could just as easily say higher IQ leads to Christianity, because all the Christians are way higher IQ. So the thing is like, which of those moral values would you...
Oh, like, prior to modern secular education, Christians and Muslims, there was no difference in IQ. There was only maybe a difference on the racial basis, and that's only on the basis of 5 to 10 points. But in terms of religion, there was no IQ difference on the basis of religion prior to the Flynn effect, prior to secular education affecting, or secularism affecting different populations differently based on where they are in the world.
Do you not prefer? Which of them? Which of these Christians don't want degeneracy? They're fighting against it as well. The only reason you've made these successful inroads is because your enemies are so stupid that you can conquer them. And anytime you've tried to conquer the technologically advanced West, you can only do it via immigration, because you cannot collectivize to spare yourselves from the very nuclear war you're currently terrified of, because your people groups are too stupid.
Switch it over. Go ahead, Daniel.
How much time do we have, James, for this?
90.
To the back for this
back and
period.
forth. We have until it's about 30 more minutes.
Oh wow. Okay, that's good. 30 more minutes. So, 30 more minutes of Andrew saying that Muslims are dumb. Okay, that's great. I'll try to be more substantive than that. So just listen to this. Okay. So let's get into we have enough time to actually get into the IQ science.
So at this point, like, he's not bringing anything new. He's not making any kind of substantive point other than grandstanding, using these debate bro tactics, and he clearly is very underread on IQ science. So I thought, okay, let's switch strategies. Let's talk about some of the IQ science and point out why higher IQ actually does lead to more atheism. It does lead to these kinds of problems that Western societies suffer from. So I was like, okay, forget what this laughing, forget the antics. Like, let's try to make more substantive points.
So first of all, Andrew, I'm not sure if you know this, but IQ is more highly correlated with race than it is with cousin marriage. So race, if you want to make this kind of IQ supremacist argument, then it will quickly become racial. And if you want to make that argument, just be very clear about it. Does Christianity, like your worldview,
It becomes a eugenics argument. Like, this is literally what white supremacists throughout history have argued. Like, we have to implement a eugenics program. Like, we have to cull the population of low IQ people so that they don't reproduce, and we continuously raise the society's average IQ. So if you have two low IQ people, we test everyone's IQ. People who score lower shouldn't be allowed to reproduce. They shouldn't be allowed to have families because that's going to lead to a population that has lower average IQ. This is eugenics. And they correlated IQ with race. And so certain races need to be limited in their ability to reproduce. And this is actually the basis of Planned Parenthood. Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger, the Jewish woman who founded Planned Parenthood, like, she was a eugenicist. Wait, was she actually Jewish? I'm not sure about that. She was either white or she was Jewish, and she thought, she was an extremely racist woman, and she wanted to cull low IQ people from the population, and so she founded Planned Parenthood. She said that, look, these are unwanted pregnancies that are leading to people with lower IQ and other undesirable traits, so we need to abort. We need to encourage women to abort these babies so that they don't reproduce. And so she opened these abortion clinics all over the country. And if you look at Planned Parenthood today, most of the Planned Parenthood offices or clinics are in lower socioeconomic neighborhoods, black neighborhoods. This is a historical fact because they want to cull the black population on the basis of a IQ supremacist ethic. This is eugenics. It's disgusting. It is evil. And this is the line of argumentation that Andrew has had throughout this debate.
You promote higher IQ races and everyone being at the mercy of those higher IQ races. You keep making a might makes right argument that, oh, Muslims are at the mercy of us high IQ Christians. Okay, well then there are races that are higher IQ than others. So are the higher IQ races practicing benevolence by not wiping out the lower IQ races? That seems to be what your standard, what your morality actually entails pretty directly. So that please address the race issue.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Andrew, but I do want to be sure that this doesn't veer off topic too far.
Yeah, so I mean, that's really simple to address. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter if that's a correlate. You know what else is a correlate? Being your first cousin. That's a correlate.
Like, it doesn't matter. The point that you made, the very pertinent point that you made, where you take my standard and you show a horrific entailment of that standard, that IQ standard, that's not actually relevant. What's relevant is effing your cousin. A joke, just a punchline. That's what, like, that's this whole debate strategy. Ignore the substantive point and just, like, make a joke, like put out a punchline. This is apparently the top Christian apologist, the top Christian debater at this time, Andrew Wilson. You be the judge. You be the judge. Like, I guess there are certain Christians that do find this to be, like, just, as he said it, God tier debating. It's God tier.
That's a massive correlate for lowering IQ. It wouldn't matter if it was inherent, let's just say, for instance, that white people had higher IQs on average than the average Arab, right? Let's just say it for the sake of a hypothetical. It doesn't actually matter that much because we know one thing that's going to bring the IQ down. Your first cousin. So
it doesn't matter. So IQ, the whole thing that your argument is based on, actually doesn't matter in this situation where it's racial and therefore politically incorrect for you to bite the bullet. Oh, okay. Magically, it's irrelevant. Magically, IQ is irrelevant in the one situation that it becomes politically incorrect for you to bite the bullet and say that, yeah, actually, we should prevent interracial marriage and interracial reproduction. Yeah, we should actually limit that. Oh, suddenly IQ is no longer relevant. Interesting.
the thing is, since that is the case, and it's objectively the case, right, I can still make the prescriptor that your societies would be a lot better off if you had 85 to 100 skilled laborers, 100 to 115 IQ professionals, at least in middle management, at least. And you said it yourself. Right now, you're terrified of nuclear war.
Middle management, guys. Jesus' message, he died not for our sins, he died for middle management. That's the new Christian theology.
are terrified of nuclear war all around the nation, right? Or all around Muslim nations. You're probably terrified of Zionists who are right in your own backyard. I get all of that, Daniel. But your people group aren't smart enough to defend themselves against these people. Christian nations are. We're smart enough to defend ourselves from people groups who want to wipe us out, like yours, right? So that's what's important here. The reason why you need to at least have an IQ that's above, I prefer lower IQ, 70 to 85. The reason you need that is because you need to be able to defend and protect yourself. You can't have these strong families he's talking about if you can't defend these strong families he's talking about. You can't have these great values that he's talking about if you can't defend your own people group, because you're at the technological mercy of another people group simply because you won't restrict a single behavior. That sort of rigidity has destroyed these once great lands. He's right. They did have beautiful art. Nice. They did have beautiful culture. They had beautiful everything. And then Islam came along and allowed them to inbreed themselves into literal stupidity. So again, how do we not build these better cultures? I've refuted every argument you've had. All you do is make my argument for me.
Go to Daniel, 90 seconds.
Yes. Is it on? Okay. So then also the other factor, you didn't really address the race issue and the logic of your argument that we have to promote races that have high IQ, or we have to accept that higher IQ races can dominate the lower IQ races. Guess what? You want to talk about Israelis dominating Palestinians because of low IQ? Guess what? Which race actually has a representative that controls every member of Congress, like a handler? Like an AIPAC handler. What race are the AIPAC handlers that are controlling Congress? What race are they? Are they white Christians, actually, Andrew? Because it seems like 300 million Christians can't take care of just maybe a handful, 10 million of that one particular race that has a death grip over your country. Maybe address that, Andrew, the elephant in the room, and then tell me about IQ. The other point that I want to make is that
Yeah, look at that face. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, what are you even, like, this is gibberish to me. It's all gibberish.
Do I have to spell it out? Yes. Yeah, they're called Jews. They're called Jews, Andrew.
look at his face. Trying to make a goofy face to imply that I haven't made like a devastating point. A devastating point that destroys his whole position. Like, how do I make it seem like this is not relevant?
It's called there are only 10 million of them. There are 10 million of them, but they
control the whole region.
They seem to have a lot of control. Yeah, the thing about Israel is that they're able to dupe dumb Christians to support wars that are going to bankrupt America and cause America to really collapse, so that they will have wars in the Middle East killing Muslim brown people, because you Christians apparently, by your argument, Andrew, are too stupid to realize that they're being destroyed by this one particular group. Gee, that's really high. That's really brilliant, Andrew. So
actually, hang on, it's my turn.
I'm done. Okay.
Actually, it is.
Yeah, so these Christians love to make a might makes right argument until you mention the Jews. And then when you mention Jews, who are clearly dominating in many ways that we don't need to get into for the purpose of YouTube guidelines, then suddenly it's all about, oh, what's fair? This is not fair. We should have equal treatment, and we need to have like equal opportunity, and these Jews are just not playing fair. They're just not playing fair. They have one set of rules for themselves and another set of rules for us, and that's just not fair. You know, these Jews need to play fair. It has to be a fair playing field. Yeah, but when with Muslims, when it's with Muslim societies, yeah, we're dominating. We can make you go extinct. We can wipe you out. Might makes right. That's right. That's right. You know, that's how they talk to Muslims. But suddenly you mention certain other race, then, oh, no, it's about fairness. Like, we have to be fair, and everyone has to play by the same set of rules. And this group, these Jews, are cheating. They're taking advantage of our democracy. Yeah, and that these are the Christian double standards that we have to deal with. Anyway, I'm running out of time, so you can go watch the rest. It's about to be... Oh, there's 20 more minutes of open dialogue. no other bigger theme was introduced. You can go watch it if you want. I did want to play Sam Shamoon. Listen what Sam Shamoon has to say, because he said I buried Andrew Wilson. So let me pull this up. Okay, this is Sam Shamoon's stream.
Member, see, I'm trying to keep it G-rated. It was a box of Kleenex, dude. Marriage to cousins is incest, right? Yeah, I know. When I'm on other people's platforms, I try to watch my mouth because it's not my platform, Snowy. So when I'm on someone else's platform, I have to respect them. So I try not to use foul language. But here I'm trying to honor brothers, sisters. They don't want me to cuss as much. I'm trying. Hopefully get there. Okay, now, guys, I want you to see what he said. He said that marrying cousins is incest. Keep that in mind.
90 seconds. We'll switch it to Daniel.
I gave a argument that you failed to respond to. I said that Islam, when we look at the statistics, when we look at all these countries on these metrics of marriage,
legislation must be anchored in the higher revelation of God in divine truth. Any legislation that contradicts divine truth, once is established to be from God, cannot be imposed on us. It's sad that he's arguing that position. He's arguing Christians and Muslims submit to divine legislation that's normative for us. Now, they think it's Islam. We think it's Christianity. You'll see what I mean when I go into the issue of marrying cousins.
practice is more in Muslim countries. Look at the levels of drug abuse, alcohol abuse being lower in Muslim countries. These are all values that are good, and we see them associated with Islam, not Christianity. That was my argument. So you can't deny those statistics, so you keep claiming that I have no argument. I clearly do have an argument, and I refuted your argument. If IQ is the end-all be-all, your entire argument is on the basis of IQ. You haven't said, you just say, oh, marrying your cousin, effing your cousin, that is...
And this guy, see, he wouldn't even use the word F. A Muslim terrorist whose God sanctioned pedophilia, molesting women when you take them captives, molesting married women, treating women as prostitutes, calling it temporary marriage. This filth bag, this pagan who kisses a black stone, is choosing not to use harsh language, even though this guy has the truth. He has the Christian faith, the Holy Scriptures preserved by God, and he belongs to an ancient church that goes back to the apostles. And this guy is feigning to be moral. Ain't that ironic? The world we live in, dude.
Degenerate.
The terrorist refuses to say the F word. The terrorist. That's funny.
On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible. It's just a degree. Yeah, laugh it up. Laugh it
here,
up.
he caught him here. Listen to this point. This is where he caught him.
Look at the levels of drug abuse, alcohol abuse being lower in Muslim countries. These are all values that are good, and we see them associated with Islam, not Christianity. That was my argument. So you can't...
Not on Christianity, right?
Deny those statistics, so you keep claiming that I have no argument. I clearly do have an argument, and I refuted your argument.
By the way, tell me what time William goes live. Can you check? Now watch what he says. People didn't catch it. Christians, for the love of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, may God use me, perfect me, sanctify me to be a doer of the word. Pray for me to teach you the fullness of the truth to the best of my ability, destroy error in us and all sin in us. Catch what he says about marrying your cousins. You cannot simply hate someone more than you love the truth. Let me repeat. You cannot simply hate someone more than you love the truth. In other words, I know we hate Muhammad, and you should hate Muhammad as much as you hate Satan. Okay? Hate Muhammad as much as you hate Satan. Because if Satan became man, he'd be Muhammad. Hate Muhammad, hate Islam. But don't hate Islam more than you love God's truth. Don't use arguments to destroy Islam that are not based in scripture or in sacred tradition, because then you're not arguing as a Christian, you're arguing as a secular, humanist, materialist, naturalist. And once you do that, then you have no basis for moral values that are objectively anchored in a transcendent reality. It all becomes relative. You with me there? Did you understand what I just said? when you argue along the lines of a secular, humanist, materialist, naturalist, meaning you're deriving your morality from secular, humanistic thinking that's not anchored in God, who's transcendent reality. He is reality. He is morality. You with me there? Then you're not being consistent with your worldview. It is sad this guy is more consistent with his theistic convictions and assumptions than him. You'll see what I mean. I want you to see what I mean. Listen attentively, because you're going to see what I mean.
If IQ is the end all be all, your entire argument is on the basis of IQ. You haven't said, you just say, oh, marrying your cousin, effing your cousin, that is degenerate. On the basis of what? It's not on the basis of your Bible.
He's right. You can laugh. You can laugh. The Bible nowhere says marrying your cousins is incest and it's degeneracy. Where did Andrew get it from? He's right. This is where Christians are going to get embarrassed. Christians, do you know there's not a single verse in the Bible that condemns getting married to your cousins? He's absolutely right.
There's verses that are actually encouraging or that allow, that seem to permit marrying your cousins. And we showed that earlier in the stream.
Do you know when God forbids sexual relations, he never includes first cousins or second cousins? So laugh like he did. He just buried Andrew. He did. Guys, I'm not lying. He won. This is why Andrew and others should stay in their lane. Don't argue on the basis of moral superiority against a Muslim when you're appealing not to divine revelation anchored in scripture and tradition, but in secular humanistic ideology and ethical systems. I'm going to show you. No, there's not a single verse. No, there's not. Let me repeat. Do you want me to repeat it again? There's not.
So Sam Shamoun's audience in this live stream are all freaking out. They're all freaking out. They're like, what are you talking about? Of course the Bible condemns cousin marriage. They really think that. They actually think that that's the case. What kind of Christians are you? I thought these Christians, you're watching like Sam Shamoun, that's your entertainment or that's your education, and you don't know like something simple as that? Like nowhere in the Bible is cousin marriage prohibited. That's not in the list of sexual prohibitions in the Bible, Old or New Testament. You didn't know that? So they're freaking out. So much of the chat on his stream is like, well, what about this? Well, what about that? And Sam Shamoun is like shooting them all down. Like, no, you're wrong. You don't know what you're talking about. No, you're this and that. So, I mean, this is Sam Shamoun. You can watch it if you want. And it was the stream that he did yesterday or the day before. And yeah, he says, I buried Andrew Wilson. And you Christians, you don't even know the Bible. You don't even know your own Bible. What basis are you saying that this is degenerate? And then Shamoun goes on and says that there are some churches, like Chaldean churches, that actually allow cousin marriage. So if you're going to say it's degenerate because Muslims do it, you need to denounce these very old churches as well, these very old church traditions as well. So yeah, Sam Shamoun, to his credit, the little credit that we can give him, he points out that I actually won this debate and I quote unquote buried Andrew Wilson, and Andrew Wilson needs to stay in his lane. He actually needs to stay in his lane because he is out of his element. There's also this edit that I want to share. So if you give me a second. I thought it was a funny edit. In the Q&A section. So let's watch this. One of the brothers made this.
Using and maintaining AI requires a massive energy source and infrastructure in order to be used. If Muslims plan to use AI to make up for your retarded nations, how do you plan to implement the infrastructure and build the necessary power to use AI? When you can't even build your own technology, you buy it from middle management nations. And by middle management nations, in this case, I mean, you might not understand. I mean high IQ nations.
We need to like have a whole series of memes about middle management and Jesus coming to bring middle management to the world. Like we need to have all kinds of memes on this because that's what they kept repeating, right? Middle management is the key to success. World for this world and the hereafter. That's what apparently Jesus taught and the Bible taught.
Here, let me paint you a picture there. So you have your high IQ nations, and they have the AI, and they have their power sources, and you have the Neuralink, and everyone is plugged into the cloud, and you're like plugged into the masturbation machine with your nonstop virtual AI porn that you're addicted to, and that dopamine is surging. You're in a constant state of euphoria. And then guess what? The Muslims, the low IQ idiot Muslims that have been living in the desert with their donkeys, they're going to come and they're going to slaughter all of these people hooked up to the masturbation machine. They won't even be able to stand on their two legs because their legs have atrophied to such an extent that they can't even walk. That's the future of the West. That's the future of the high IQ. The horde, the biomass of Muslims are going to come with their swords because they don't have the high IQ necessary to actually develop guns and manufacture them en masse. They're going to come and slaughter all of the high IQ geniuses. That's the kind of future, right? Right?
Clarification. So I wasn't talking about like.
So I like that edit. Okay, guys, that is the show. Quite a long show. I'll quickly look at some of these super chats, but we won't have time to go through all of them, I don't think. I read some of them earlier. Shahid Bolson, old suitcase stuffer, made a video about the debate. Really? Okay, maybe I'll check that out, react to Shahid. Let's see. Palestine, thank you for a big super chat. The interracial marriage comeback was very smart. I'm Black Sudanese and wish you harpooned on that more during the debate to silence him. Much love, Daniel. Thank you, brother, for your super chat. Really appreciate it. Tayyiba says, I was pretty unaware that atheism and feminism was so instilled in schools. That bubble was broken, and it was your video, Daniel, on female leadership. Thank you. Glad to help. Okay. Let's see. This one from Legendary Bear Rumble. Thank you for your big super chat. His claim that harmful traits from homozygosity cause generational IQ decline is completely false. Risk depends on allele frequency, not cousin degree, and the compounding idea is impossible. Applied over 10 generations, it would give negative IQ. High school dropout, LOL. Yeah, I'm sure that he over-exaggerated the risk of cousin marriage leading to birth defects. I didn't have the statistics and the exact science on hand, and I'm not a biologist, so it'd be difficult to accurately reproduce that in the debate. But even if we conceded everything that he claimed, his argument will still flops. This is from Pondering Spirit. Thank you for your super chat. Rates of Flynn effect is 3 points per decade. The UK had an IQ of 70 in the year 1900. 70 IQ is perfectly adapted to the expectations and demands of their environment. It's perfectly in harmony for a moderate life. No, actually. Do they have middle management in 1900? UK? So actually, I think you've been debunked. Andrew debunked you. There's no middle management. Grodin says, how does Andrew dare criticize cousin marriage when in the Bible, Genesis 28, 1-2, Isaac instructs Jacob to go and marry his cousin and that God will bless him for it? Andrew is illiterate on the Bible, as Sam Shamoon pointed out. Andrew, thank you for your super chat. Thank you for defending Islam and Muslims in the public square. Alhamdulillah, glad to do it. Interesting point from Sammy. Pakistan, Nigeria, Egypt were colonized in the name of Christianity by the UK, but cousin marriage still persists after 200 years of rule. Christianity is not very good at prohibiting it. It's an interesting point. Muhajir says he ragged on IQ when pre-illegal wars Muslim countries had high literacy and figured out free healthcare and education, while West CEO were getting assassinated. Politicians can't define a woman. Okay. Jordan Pierce, thanks for your super chat, bro. Between the baby formula experiment, the apologist civil war, preachers harassing Muslims, praying, the Dearborn psyop, and finally Andrew's low IQ debate performance, Christians have had a rough month. Congrats on your win. Yeah, have you been noticing that too? Like, they've been taking a lot of L's lately. The Christian apologists have. Andrew says, so based, bro. How can people put their head below their heart every day and all that and still not understand that Iman is more important than IQ? Not to say we shouldn't be smart or should ignore scientific reality. You get it. All right, guys. I have to go. I appreciate all the super chats, but I can't get to all of them. I'm going to talk about more of these issues that you're bringing up that are not directly related to the debate, like Shahid Bolson, the Dearborn psyop, all of this in next week. So I'll be back on Monday. We're going to have a show. Be a good one. We'll talk about some of these issues, inshallah. But we won't have time today. Like, thoughts on the Texas governor banning care. That's interesting as well. All right, guys. Thank you for paying attention to this long stream. Hope you enjoyed it. Let me know what you're thinking in the comments. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel, like the video, and inshallah, we'll see you on the next one. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.